Order.
Okay, this is the regular city council meeting. Actually, this is the special meeting of the city council, closed session beginning at 5 o'clock of March 17th, 2026.
Second? Second by Councilman Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye.
I just want to thank all the people in the audience.
Yeah, exactly. You see, this is, Okay, the city council meeting of March 17th is called to order. Madam Clerk.
We will start with the invocation given by Senior Pastor Holland Davis with Calvary Chapel, San Clemente.
Pastor Davis.
Welcome. Let's pray. It says in your word, Lord, you have been our dwelling place through all generations. Before the mountains were born, or you brought forth the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God. So teach us to number our days, that we may present a heart of wisdom, and may the favor of the Lord our God rest upon us. Establish for us the work of our hands. Yes, establish the work of our hands. And Lord, I thank you for our city council. I thank you for all of our elected officials. Lord, I thank you for this beautiful place that you created for us to live in. And Lord, I pray that you would give us wisdom. Give wisdom to those decisions that need to be made today and in the future that ensure the safety and protection and the life that you've blessed us with here. Lord, bless the families, the businesses. We know, Lord, that it's a sacrifice to serve our city. And so bless those that serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pastor. Joe, want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will note for the record that all members of the city council are present. Next item on the agenda is special presentations. We don't have any special presentations this evening, so we will move on to council member reports.
Does anybody want to jump in? Not everybody at once. Jen.
Can you put my presentation,
Yes.
just one sheet on the screen? I'm taking a page from my fellow council members to keep it simple. Not going to read everything here. So one thing I do want to mention is that on the March 5th, I attended a SCAC Transportation Committee meeting. There was an item about curb space management. I think that has something to do with our parking.
Yeah.
These are screens.
Oh, not working.
I toggle the presentation.
Oh, presentation. If you hit presentation, does it go on? Yeah, just hit the presentation button. Okay, sorry.
That's all.
Councilmember.
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, Mark?
Sure, I have a screen as well. There. Did you get my email? Yes. Okay. And just simple. There we are. All right, yes. Attended the Cal Cities Coastal and Bay Cities Quarterly Forum, talked about different assembly bills that are pertinent to coastal cities that are the Cal Cities are sponsoring or opposing, and how that relates to the different coastal cities throughout California. Attended the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, and then also attended last Thursday Cal Cities Division meeting with Sheriff Don Barnes. Talked about different threats in Orange County. It mentioned a couple things I thought were of interest. One is that fentanyl is down, but cocaine is up. So different changes there. Also talked about threats of drone strikes and other things. I asked him if there was one thing you wanted to tell the rest, if you wanted us to tell the rest of the citizens what was, and he said, "You thankful that we are in Orange County and just the amazing place that it is." And then he said, also keep it that way by making sure if you see something to say something, to report crime. They don't know that crime is happening unless you report it. So that was his message, and that's all for my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabral?
We had a golf course committee where we were appointed to getting the final RFP out, getting prepared. We had the preliminary meeting on that. We'll have further updates later on. Attended the UC Irvine Chancellor reception with Dean to talk about some of the projects that we hope to be working on in the future. Had a meeting with Assemblywoman Davies and other elected officials. Had the opportunity to see an amazing singer at the San Diego Choir that I think you were at
It
also.
was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal. And
Quite the soloist.
yeah, I don't know who the total.
Last name of Hall, but I can't really.
Hall.
Played the
Yeah.
part of Martha.
Yeah, anyhow, she was fabulous. Andy should be proud of his daughter that played an amazing part in a theater production. We had a sober living task force, and we had the two Cal City meetings. I didn't make to the first one, but Cal City's Friday meeting the day after, we talked about some of the same issues. And then our investment advisory meeting last Monday got postponed until the end of the month. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Ditto on the mayor's prayer breakfast. I attended a meeting with the current representatives from the Orange County Power Authority. 3 or 4 years ago, this council looked at possibly joining that. Since then, they've had some staff changes, some board changes, and some rule changes. So we're going to be looking at that, and we'll have more information from the city manager as time goes on. Met with a number of legislators regarding legislation that impacts our city. Also met with the owner of a restaurateur on Del Mar regarding some parking and zoning issues. And that completes my report.
Thank you. And you can go ahead and put up my slide whenever you have it. And this time I want to call Chief Chevalier, and he's going to introduce a special person here. I think he's special. Well,
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. Since Lieutenant Streeter got promoted, we had to find a replacement. And obviously, you guys know how important Lieutenant Streeter was to this city. So Kevin's going to do his best to fill his shoes. But I've known Kevin for just about my whole career, 20 years. He has a long investigative background, worked narcotics. He worked general investigations in Yorba Linda. He's recently been assigned as the administrative sergeant for the Theo Lacey facility, and we were lucky enough to get him to our city with his vast experience. So without further ado, the new administrative sergeant for the city of San Clemente, Kevin Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, public. Again, I'm Kevin Taylor. It's a pleasure to be here. Throughout my career, I've worked in several areas. I did patrol in San Juan, so I would hear all the calls in San Clemente every night. So I'm prepared. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to answer any questions you guys have, and just provide the best service we can for San Clemente.
thanks, Sarge. Welcome aboard. And Rod, could you come forward here for a second? While you're coming up here, got some amazing statistics. I know everybody knows the heat wave we had between February 28th and March 16th. It's still continuing now. And Rod did a little makeup about activity in that period of time. And I didn't have time to put this up on a slide, but this is incredible. So he took a 6-year combined time between 2020 and 2025. So 6 years, the same 17-day period, February 28th to March 16th. And the previous 6 years combined, they had 25 rescues. In this 2-week period, they had 73 rescues. 6-year period, preventative actions were 679 for 6 years. For this 14-day period, 1,442 preventatives. Public education contacts, 3,800 for that 6 years, already 2,300 for just that 14 days. Medical incidents, 36 in a 6-year period, 65 in this 2-week period. Law enforcement contacts, 1,500, 6-year period, a third as many in just 1 2-week period, 638. So incredible job. I was down there during this period of time, and just tell us, Rod, you usually keep Tower Zero open, and that's about it. What did you do for this period of time? So, did such a great job.
Thanks, Mayor and council members. Rod Malott, Marine Safety Chief. Yeah, it's been just incredible. I think everyone, enjoys the warm weather, and so do the beach visitors. Typically, on the weekends, we would have 3 towers open. We had 8 towers, and 2 of them double-staffed, more unit operators out there. And then during the week, last week, with the hot temperatures, we wouldn't have any towers open during the week, during school. We had 4 towers open. We're trying to get 4 every day this week. It's, 80 degrees out there. The crowds are here. And not to mention, it's our Capital Unified School District's during recess is later in April. But down here, you have 2 months of spring break. So we have people from Arizona, Utah, Colorado, all coming out. And we've had phenomenal surf, too. Wednesday, we had 46-foot surf for South Swell of the summer, or the season. And it's continued on. It's been 2 to 4, 3 to 4 since. And so there's no relief. If you go out 10 days, it's still going to be hot and warm. And so the water temperature on February 28th went up to 66 degrees. It's done a little dip down to 62, but it's going up to 64, 65. So I would imagine after this weekend and next week, it'll climb back up. So we had 89-degree air temperature on 2 Sundays ago. Yeah, but hats off to our skeleton crew and the men and women that are making themselves available to work. We also have Academy running right now. We have 23 lifeguard cadets that are going through that, so it takes 4 extra instructors to be putting that on while still trying to staff the beach appropriately.
Great job. And you got an anniversary coming up in July?
Yeah, so July 16th, I think it was, 1931, the City Council approved for lifeguard services for ocean lifeguards. And so coming up on this summer, it'll be 95 years of service for the city. So proud to be here and serving the public, and we appreciate all the support that the council members over the years and our city management staff as well. I would like to plug our junior lifeguards. We have swim tests. We have 5 swim tests coming up left. All the swim tests. You have to do a swim test if you haven't been in the junior lifeguard program. So you got to do it. Sign up for a swim test. There's only 5 left. That'll make you eligible. Participants need to be between the ages of 9 and 16. It's a great program.
Thanks, Rod, for all your hard work.
Can I ask him a question? Can I have Rod? Can you explain a little bit about, the high swells and the relationship to all the life-saving activities, just for the public, what that means and why so much more dangerous?
Rip currents exist every day in San Clemente. We always have surf, so it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 feet. But when you get that, this sounds kind of weird, when you get that swell pushing up in the south swell, especially after a winter break, everything's been cut out and those trenches are deeper. And so you got a lot more water moving, coming up the berm and moving down and finding those rips, and that's why you'll see these huge rip currents. But to be honest with you, when it's that big, you don't get the novice swimmers getting out so far, except for the long period of swell that we had in between the sets, so which occurred this weekend. But a lot of our activity we'll see in the 2 to 4 foot range. And now with the water temperatures getting out of the 58, 59, and we're into 63 to 65, more people are jumping in the water. And I would give one more advice, is to shuffle your feet. We had 17 stingray victims about a week and a half ago. So my best advice is just follow your buddy out or just shuffle your feet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rod.
Mr. Mayor, I neglected in my report to mention I attended the quarterly meeting of the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce, so I want to add that.
Perfect, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda, give me 1 second to get there, is oral communications, part 1. And we have 2 speakers, Matthew Hauser, followed by Lois McNichol.
There's Matt, okay.
There's Matt. My name is Matt Hauser. I'm homeless and I've been a resident in San Clemente for the last 8 years. And in the last, I'd say 3 or 4 months, you guys, the Sheriff's Department, code enforcement, and park rangers, they've kind of made my life a living hell. You know, I've been out there for 8 years on the grind with my art. I don't bother anybody. I don't solicit anybody. And in the last 4 months, you guys have criminalized me. I just got out of court, Newport Beach this morning. I'm looking at a year in jail from this commie city attorney does anybody in this town believe in freedom? Does anybody believe in the American dream in this town? Anybody?
Hey, Matt, direct
I'm
your
out
comments
there.
to the council.
You know, what's that?
Direct your comments to the council, not to the audience.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that to the sheriff's deputy. I didn't hear you say that to him.
Matt,
So, okay, so it's,
thank you.
so he can, I can't. I got it, Rick. You know, I know better than to trust you at anything you say. You know, 1 week ago, I stood right in front of you and told you that you guys have been hounding me, these guys have been locking me up for not having a business license. You said, well, you need a business license. Go apply for a business. Why don't you have a business license? I applied for a business license. They said, well, you can't have a business license because you're homeless. Well, I'm trying to work my way out of homelessness, so they're telling me, well, if you want to work your way out of homelessness, the first thing you need to do is get a home, then you can get a business license. That's what you're telling me. And what did you tell me? You told me, give me a few days, we'll circle back to this, right? A week later, nothing. Just like, in 2024 and beginning of 2025, I had those teenagers and like 20-somethings coming out every night, packs full. Dozens of cars, dozens of these guys. They threw firecrackers at me, dropped bricks near my head while I was sleeping, threatening to kill me. And I gave you guys all the video. I gave the sheriff's department all the video, license plate numbers, every incident documented. Nothing to this day has happened to any of them. But me, I'm looking at a year in jail. I'm looking at, well, it's a year in jail or go to a homeless shelter. Those are my choices. Well, there's a third option, which is pay, $2 or $3 grand a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. That's what I'm working up to. That's why I'm out there every day, on the grind. I don't miss a day. Unless it's pouring rain, I'm out there every day. That's kind of what I'm known for. I know to other people I'm known as being like some kind of a drug addict, crazy psycho person, which anybody who actually knows me know that that's just crazy. So that's what, I was in city council, what is it, a month ago, and I said, we can work on something, right? To get me a business license and get me legitimate by your guys' eyes. And so far, nothing. All I've got is resistance. All I've gotten is, no, you can't have that. You can't do that. We told you need that, but you can't have that because you're homeless. That's it. That's what it comes down to, is I can't get a business license because I'm homeless, because I don't have a home. So I'm trying to work my way out of homelessness, but the first thing I need is a home. Does that make sense to anybody here? Anybody? Does that make sense? You told me that didn't seem right to you, a week ago. That's what you said to me. I told you that they told me that I needed to have a home in order to get a business license, and you said that didn't seem right? You told me that
Okay, Matt,
last week, Mr. Mayor, didn't you?
Your 3 minutes is up. And
Are they? Oh, I didn't
Mr.
see
City
my-
Manager, for clarification, should you look into that policy about a business license, what you need to have that? Could you do that for me? Okay,
Well,
thank
I
you,
mean,
Matt.
how much further do you need to look
Matt,
at it to?
your 3 minutes
I told
is
you
up.
last week, you told me to look
Matt,
into it.
your 3 minutes is up. Lois?
Well, I guess it's going to be another 2 weeks before I can come back and get another 3 minutes to ask you the same question again.
Matt, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you for your comments.
You told me that last time I talked to you. You look into it, right?
Lois?
I get it, I know. Okay, congrats to Andy Hall for unlocking that nice guy bonus tier. 3% raise tacked onto a 2% COLA, plus a severance upgrade from 9 to 12 months. Efficient outcome for just 3 years of service. Long hours were cited. Now there's an assistant, so hopefully the immediate DLC request for another raise will not come up. Naturally, this raises a bigger question. If there's a budget flexibility for added staff and pay increases, why the push for a 10-year sales tax hike? Calling it revenue doesn't change this. It's still taxpayer money. Before asking for more, maybe optimize how it's being deployed. Interesting that this year's proposal leans into fire mitigation. Last year, it was clean water. The pattern looks like a fear-based feature prioritization. Wildfires and insurance costs are real concerns, but if this is critical, why wasn't it there last year? Clarity matters. The public deserves a transparent breakdown from the council and possibly input from the fire department on where this money actually goes. As for Rick, seems like his management style is scaling less transparency, more shutdowns. When basic ordinance questions can't be answered, and conversations end with, "I'm not discussing this," that's not governance. That's avoidance, wrapped in bureaucracy. June 2nd, 2026, vote in person. Verify your ballot. Trust systems, but verify output. Coming soon, side-by-side footage of San Clemente Beach before and after boulder placement and dredging. Also, simulations comparing dredging versus sand savers, because spending millions annually on a suboptimal solution isn't exactly peak engineering. Sand Savers is still offering a free promo. 2 other coastal cities are already interested. They're done burning cash. San Clemente should at least
Okay, Lois, your 3
test
minutes
it.
is up. Thanks so much for your comments.
Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
By Councilmember Enmeyer, is there a second?
Second?
Everybody second. Councilmember Wu, all in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. None.
Seeing none?
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you. The council met in closed session on item A. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications. Don't believe there are any this evening. City Manager Hall. Next item on the agenda is public hearing, item 8A, public hearing to introduce the first reading of ordinance number 1803 to amend various portions of San Clemente Municipal Code Title II, Administration and Personnel, Title 12, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Spaces, Title 16, Subdivisions, and Title 17, Zoning Ordinance for streamlining and cleanup purposes and finding the ordinance exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. And we have Community Development Director Atamian and interim city planner Bream.
Public hearing is open. Any council members have any ex parte disclosures they wish to disclose at this time? I'll make one then regarding when we get to the parkette issue. Is I've spent a lot of time down on Del Mar talking to businesses and getting their opinions on the parkettes, and that's basically the only thing I did.
Well, Mayor, I think this is about the policy that's applicable to the entire city. So there's no need for,
I think the parkettes might.
So this is a legislative action, so disclosures aren't necessary. If you want to make them, that's fine, but they're
Okay, well,
not
I made
required.
it then. Any communications come in after the agenda was published?
Yes, Mayor, we have three items at the dais. Excuse me, 2 items on this item, on this agenda item at the dais and in the back for the public. One for an item later in the meeting.
Okay, staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. With me tonight is our Acting City Planner, Zach Ream. He and I are going to tag team this presentation, and by this presentation, I'm going to refer to 2 PowerPoints. The first one is to address the streamlining and cleanup batch amendments that are part of the proposed ordinance for your consideration tonight. The second presentation, and really deserving of its own staff report, is a discussion about the parklet dining program. So the reason that we have 2 presentations under one item tonight is because the parklet dining program was initially recommended as part of the streamlining and cleanup batch amendments to simply extend that program beyond its expiration date of July 1st of 2026. However, there was some discussion with the Planning Commission that as well as many stakeholders involved in this program, it might be time to look at some broader policy considerations about how that program operates, the tenets of that program, and such. So we're going to start off with the first PowerPoint to just go over the streamlining and cleanup batch amendments. And then we'll take any questions that the council has on that item, and then we can go into the parklet dining program discussion. To start off globally on streamlining and batch amendments, this is a recurring program within the planning division that is conducted on an every couple year basis. The point of it is to identify opportunities to streamline the development review process, to make it easier for applicants to get the permits that they need to develop, also make it easier for staff to implement such permit processes, and then the batch amendments that are also include a number of clarifications, and those are things that staff identifies over the years that are either confusing or ambiguous, and we just want to make those clarifications. What is being proposed tonight is really a continuation of some streamlining that was done a couple years ago, and that was for the purposes of identifying some permit processes that are discretionary in nature, but may not need a planning commission review because they generally don't involve much public concern or public impact. So a few years ago, there were a number of processes that were taken from the planning commission level, brought down to the zoning administrator level, and we're essentially continuing that because, as we found, there are a number of items that at the zoning administrator level still have very little public concern or impact. And if there's an opportunity to streamline the process to make it easier for applicants to get permits, we want to do that every opportunity we can, just for good customer service. So I will turn it over to Zach Ream to go through these amendments, and then we will follow up at the end of this presentation.
Thank you very much. I won't continue far on this slide, but in short, these amendments were initiated at the City Council, meaning I was here about a year ago asking for your permission to study these and to bring forward this zoning code amendment. Then we went to the Planning Commission, I believe twice, and discussed these amendments in more detail. They recommended we move forward with most of them, but not the parklet dining program, and then they gave some guidance on another issue. So here's the streamlining amendments. There's 6 of them. I'm going to talk about them for about a minute. I have a lot more slides if you want to know more about any one of these 6. The ZA review process Adam touched on. Right now, a lot of different types of projects go to the zoning administrator. Often it's just Adam and me and the applicant sitting in the room, and there's no public interest and we get no public comments. Or maybe the planner who led the project. So we're proposing the opportunity, not for all projects, but the city planner and staff could send out the same public notice that we currently send out. If we get no public responses, the project would be administratively approved without a zoning administrator hearing. That would speed up applications a little bit and not require so much staff and applicant time to sit in a conference room. The appeals process would remain mostly the same. A few years ago, we added the opportunity for the Planning Commission to what we call up zoning administrator decisions. The City Council's always had that opportunity. We haven't had a lot of cases where the City Council has called up, or a stronger word would be appeal, a zoning administrator decision. And in the case where the Planning Commission wanted to do so, they could simply encourage the City Council to do the same. There's also the public appeal process, which would remain unchanged. So we're proposing to go back to the old way and not have the Planning Commission call up zoning administrator decisions. The practical implication there is right now applicants sometimes have to wait like a month after their project is approved for the appeal period to run, and this would eliminate that 1 month wait for certain applicants. We're proposing streamlining to signs. Staff would now be able to administratively approve signs up to 24 square feet in the architectural overlay and up to 64 square feet elsewhere in the city. Right now, if you have 4 or more signs and they exceed those square footage thresholds, you have to go to the Planning Commission for a master sign program. This would transition into administrative approval. You could still seek a master sign program if you wanted to go over the new higher thresholds. Landscaping exceptions, right now, there's a planning commission conditional use permit process for significant changes to landscaping that would revert to a zoning administrator hearing. We hardly ever get these. Most people comply with the landscape standards, but if someone wanted to make a small change that was generally non-controversial, it could now be a ZA hearing. Condo conversions, there's a pretty complicated formula on the code now that says the city can approve up to 25 conversions from apartments to condominiums per year, but certain years it would be less than 25, other years it'd be more than 25. You also have to take into account the vacancy rate of our apartment units in the city. In short, we've never received more than like 5 or 6 conversions. We've been nowhere near the 25 unit threshold. So we propose to just set it at a flat rate of 25, not have to do the calculation and not have to report back to the city council each year. We would still have the cap of 25, and if someone was trying to propose the 26th conversion, that would go to the city council, but that's never been a problem before. Development on parcels created from a subdivision, you have to go to the planning commission and sometimes the city council just to get your subdivision. And right now, after an applicant goes through that process, every resulting owner of a lot on that subdivision also has to go to the planning commission to get a permit to build the house. We think that's redundant. The impacts are mostly anticipated when you do the subdivision. We don't need to go through another round of development permit review to review the houses that get built on the subdivision, because everyone knew that's what was going to happen when you approve the subdivision. So this would change that threshold, and it would say you still do need some development permit, although it could be a ZA development permit if it's a 5 or more unit subdivision. For subdivisions of 2, 3, and 4, which are the ones we get more commonly, you wouldn't have to go back to planning commission. All right, so I finished 2/3 of the amendments. There's 3 cleanup amendments. These are basically just correcting confusing parts of the code or obsolete parts of the code. Encroachment permits. This adds findings to the zoning code for encroachment permits. Right now, there's not a clear criteria for how to approve an encroachment permit. We have developed standards over the years. The city staff tend to know what to review when someone asks for an encroachment permit, but it would add some common sense standards to the zoning code to allow an applicant to have a clear path forward and know what they need to do to get approved. Part 2, we would change the design review subcommittee references to the cultural heritage subcommittee when reviewing a historic property or project. That's a requirement of the State Office of Historic Preservation. Our design review subcommittee acts as our cultural heritage committee. It's the same people in the same review process, but they act as 2 different bodies. Bullet point number 3, special activities and TUPs. Right now, we only issue temporary use permits for private events on private property. We used to also issue special activities permits, but now it's just a single uniform process, so we would delete old references. So wrapping up, those are the 9 that we think are relatively common sense. I can go into more detail if you have questions about those 9. We went to the Planning Commission and presented those, and they agreed with those 9 recommendations. The Planning Commission thought that the Parklet program warranted more discussion, so we're here with a second presentation that Adam will kick off in a minute if you're interested. And then we also have a recommendation from the Planning Commission to review a potential minor grading permit process. Right now, we just have grading permits for any project that has grading of more than 50 cubic yards of soil. We reviewed other cities. Our neighboring cities actually require permits for less grading than that, so we think it'd be going in the other direction if we allowed a minor grading permit when we already have more leeway generally to grade up to 50 cubic yards without any permit. So we're interested in whether the city council thinks we should pursue this option. It's probably not going to save any time or result in changes to projects. It could save applicants money if we set different thresholds, but we're already doing things in a more lenient, streamlined way than our 3 neighboring cities of San Juan, Dana Point, and Laguna Beach do. So if you want to talk about that, I can give more context on grading permits, but those were the other 2 discussions that came out of the Planning Commission.
Before we go on, does anybody have any questions on the recommendations, the 9 that were laid out so far?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions, and the first one is about both are about the process. On the process 1, it says the staff decision without a notice. And commonly, this process is understood as administrative or ministerial decision. But in our code, we do say that some of them are actually discretionary. For example, the downtown parking study area, the staff city planner is allowed to give a parking waiver of up to 3 spaces. And the language says the program has been designed so that waivers are not automatic. Rather, they require discretionary action on the part of the city. So in that case, a member of the public can appeal your decision to planning commission, but they don't seem to have a reasonable opportunity to learn about your decision. So they would easily miss that 10-day appeal window. And I wonder if we can, for those staff decisions underneath process 1 with discretionary review, can we also send out some notice? Maybe it's as simple as a job site poster, or maybe if we decided we can send out notice to the property owners within 300 feet. Some level of public notification that would allow any people who objected to your decision the real chance to appeal it.
Is this in relation to parking waivers specifically, or are we talking about all decision process 1?
I only notice the parking related that has some discretion, but then maybe there are other staff decision underneath the process 1 involved with the discretionary review.
Well, the process 1 decisions are most of our ministerial applications, of which we have many, many different types. Providing some type of public notice for all of those would be a large burden on staff. If there are specific types of approvals that are made at a ministerial level that the council would like to provide, have staff provide notice on, we could look into that and bring something back, but
Well, if they're purely ministerial, then I don't have a question with them. I'm talking about the decision that requires the staff discretion. The parking waiver is one example.
I would have to look into that one a bit more specifically. We don't get requests for that very often.
Okay. And another question about the minor exception permits and the planning commission's ability to call up city manager or ZA's decision. I recall it went back and forth a few times, and I just want to make sure that what happened in the past is sometimes planning commission would approve a project in the CUP with conditions of approval. And then later, one of those conditions was reversed or modified at the staff level. And I want to do those modifications need the review by the original approving authority.
In some cases, yes. The municipal code establishes a process for reviewing applicant proposed changes to a previously approved project. And it depends on what level of change is being proposed. So if the change is deemed to be insignificant, the city planner can make that type of modification. If the change is deemed significant but without public impact or concern, the zoning administrator would review such a change. If the change is deemed significant with the potential for public impact or concern, it needs to go back to the original review body that approved that project.
Okay, in case the change is insignificant, do we have a protocol to just give a courtesy notice to the original approving body that, hey, this condition has been changed?
Not for that level.
Okay.
It would be for some type of change that's deemed significant, either with or without public concern. A significant change would require some type of public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have, maybe we can hear from the,
Well, just first of all, and this grading change, if everybody read the staff report, do you have any questions about about that particularly, so. we
Can I try and see if I'm right?
Sure.
The planning
There's no prize, Victor.
I think we should have a prize for some of this stuff. The planning commission recommended staff develop a new minor grading process for small-scale projects moving between 50 and 250 cubic yards of soil to streamline the process. Is that it in a nutshell?
That was the discussion and the summary of what planning commission discussed, and they advised that city council should seek information. Staff tried to gather a little more information. If you want us to keep pursuing that line of thinking, we'll come back with more details
Is
at a later date.
there any need for, I mean, is there an issue with the way, with moving forward with that minor modification? Or do you think it needs more study?
Staff is happy to further study it. In our basic review of what other jurisdictions do, we already provide more leniency on when a grading permit is required. They're all administrative permits, and so there wouldn't really be a difference in the amount of time that type of permit takes. But definitely some additional study would be required to identify additional ways to streamline that process. The grading permits are reviewed by the Engineering Development Services Division of the Public Works Department. So we would need to talk with that staff to really identify how to improve that process. At this point, it's unclear what benefits it would actually provide.
So let me see if I understand it a little bit better then. Where did this recommendation come from then? Is this out of planning or out of your office?
The Planning Commission,
Okay.
when we presented these zoning amendment, or I should say amendments, this was brought up as something else that the city may want to look into.
And do you feel there's a need to further look into it? Is there something that's going to help you streamline the process? Or do you feel you have the discretion right now to make a solid decision about how to move forward with these minor grading permits?
Well, the issue at hand is whether the council would like to have staff initiate a process to create a minor grading permit. Right now, we have just a grading permit, and it's for any project that proposes to move more than 50 cubic yards of soil. Staff is not going to take any further, do any further work on this unless the council would like staff to look into that further.
I guess my question really is there a problem we're trying to solve right now? Is there anything that, if someone comes in, we've got a 50 to 250, that small little project, is there any way, I mean, is it complicated for you right now, or can you just do it expeditiously?
The grading permit process is very technical, and it depending on the situation, can take some time. There might be some opportunities to create a more streamlined checklist so that smaller projects don't require the same level of review for a project that moves 51 cubic yards versus something that moves 1,000 cubic yards.
Okay, so you think there would be value in us sending this back to you to say, take a look and see if you can come up with a proposal for minor grading permits?
I can see that there's definitely a potential for value there. Whether it actually results in something actionable is to be determined, but I think
I think Zach was saying possibly if there was a more of a tier system, it might actually save some money when somebody came in to get a permit, if it was tiered at their lower level.
Do we have,
actually, yes.
is our staff in the back more?
Staff in the back.
Well-versed in?
It's like elf on a shelf.
My question really is, if we move forward with a minor grading permit proposal, is there something you can come up with that'll solve a lot of problems that for the community that's trying to just do these small projects?
Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director.
I think it's something that needs to be studied. You know, part of the challenge is San Clemente has some pretty unstable soils, I think, as the council is all aware. And so, you know, anytime you're going above 50 cubic yards, depending upon where the location is, it would, you know, potentially require further study. But I think staff, you know, is open to look, to seek if there are opportunities or areas where there could be variances in that type of permitting, so. But I would recommend studying it before making any decisions by council.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
A question regarding the variances. Does staff have the jurisdiction, the authority right now to grant variances, correct?
We have the requirement, if it's over 50 yards, it does require a study, but
The study's a normal routine engineering study with the retaining wall strength, angle of repose, and all the issues that go into normal soil movement. But is there anything exotic that would require, or that would necessitate a tiered structure or additional analysis? Do you see that as a concern, I guess, is what I've heard?
it just depends on the area of the development. If it's in a known landslide area or an unstable area, you know, we would definitely want a full analysis. But if it's in a fairly stable area within the city, then maybe there is an opportunity for variances within that. But we would want to study that.
And you could ask for that analysis right now, without any additional council action, correct?
That's correct. And it is asked for now, anything over 50 cubic yards. As previously mentioned, the other cities that are adjacent to San Clemente, they are requiring a full grading permit over 40 cubic yards. And so the city is currently at 50. And our soil condition compared to Dana Point, Laguna Beach is much more unstable. We have some of the worst soils in the
You
county.
see that as problematic or a little too lax, maybe?
Even at 50?
Our neighboring cities seem to have a stronger.
That's the first time that I've heard of the 40 at the other cities, so, yeah, I was not aware of that. 20. Is it 20? Okay, I'm hearing it's 20 and 25, so, yeah, maybe we end up becoming more stringent if we study it, so.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
real quick, Zach Ponson's Assistant City Engineer. There is some wiggle room in the code right now, so you don't always have to analyze slope stability analysis if you're not on a slope. So the grading manual and the grading ordinance already have some thresholds from when things are required. The reality is, we also have, recently what we've done also is promoted an internal staff that has a licensed engineer below us that can actually do a lot of the in-house easier ones in-house. And so that is something that's just been started in the last, I think, 6 or 8 months.
I guess the question is, and Victor asked the question, is there a need in your mind to do further analysis? Are you comfortable with the skill level and the analysis level that currently exists?
Personally, I'm comfortable where we are now. I think if we analyze it, we're always going to compare ourselves to our neighbors. And like planning staff just said, 2 of our neighbors are actually more conservative than us. So they've already done that homework. So we're going to come back and pretty much say 2 out of the 3 neighbors are actually doing it at 20 and 25 cubic yards. So we'll probably be increasing a burden, not decreasing it and streamlining it even more, especially given our soil issues in the city.
Any other questions?
No more for me.
Okay, I just guessing, I know we have some public comments, and I'm thinking they're probably not mostly about the grading permit. They're probably more about.
I think they are about grading. People
You
are
think
very
they are?
concerned
Well,
about grading.
I'm thinking, so.
Kathy
Do you
Ward is
think
here.
we should go ahead and have the parklet, the presentation by staff now? And
Should we bifurcate this and?
I think that's not a bad idea, is if we bifurcate. Do we have any, well, let's.
Still have to hear the
We
comments.
got to hear the comments. Let's go through the process, then we can bifurcate it before the vote. Okay, so the parklets, I assume you have a,
We have an entirely different PowerPoint for
oh,
you, sir.
that's great.
All right. Okay. All right, so this is part 2. This is specific to the Parklet Dining Program discussion. Again, I will turn this over to Mr. Ream in just a second, but this was originally presented to the Planning Commission with the intention of simply extending the existing Parklet program from discussions both at the Planning Commission level, but also with many stakeholders, residents, and others concerned. We decided to pull this out into a separate discussion, and so Mr. Ream will go through some of the history, and I will pick back up in a few slides.
All right, so here's an update and a summary of the Parklet program and why it's here tonight. Adam already mentioned it went to the Planning Commission. Initially, we were just asking whether the Planning Commission wanted to continue the program, extend the date by 2.5 years. Planning Commission recommended that the City Council hear from the public and consider some changes after community outreach and feedback and multiple public hearings. So staff is tonight seeking direction from the council. We don't have a solution, although we do have some suggestions and potential changes that you could make. And then our intent would be to come back in a month or so with a formal zoning amendment and a resolution with potential changes to the program. Here's the history. The COVID pandemic in 2020 initiated a temporary outdoor dining program. Initially, it was $200 per parking space, and we didn't have any design guidelines on what they were supposed to look like. People just put out tables and chairs in the street in the parking spaces. In November 2021, the City Council told staff to formalize the project, although still under the temporary parklet banner. In March 2022, the council adopted a zoning amendment that set design guidelines and fees, a higher fee for the parklets in the public right-of-way, lower fee for the ones on private parking lots. Then it would prove to be quite popular with businesses and the public, and it was extended in November 2023. In January 2024, it was extended until its current expiration date of July 1st, 2026. And then additionally, the state of California has twice authorized cities to pass extensions that would waive certain alcohol permitting rules and building permit rules. So this current potential extension would track with the state deadline, which is now January 1st, 2029. Is this where you're going to pick up? So here's some designs of the parklets that exist today. They're fairly uniform in design, but we don't have 100% consistency. Generally, the ones in Del Mar take up portions of 3 parking spaces. They usually have a wood frame that's partially see-through. They have these posts that stick up that initially were meant to have sort of lantern lighting, but now are sometimes people wondering, why do we have all these 2x4s sticking up in the air? And they're limited by certain things like the number of seats and the number of umbrellas, although those are items that are difficult to enforce and standardize. The current design was reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee before the City Council authorized the first temporary parklet program. There's different angles of the sides. I'll show on the next slide the initial concept of what the parklets were meant to look like. They're generally in front of a business, although sometimes they do spill over onto neighboring businesses. They have to have a 4-foot buffer between the edge of the built-up seating parklet area with the wood frame, and then there have to be 5 planters between that area, the buffer, and the traffic zone in the street to prevent against minor traffic accidents. Also, the private property parklets exist on individual parking lots. That's part of the same program, but it's a lower fee, and they can only use up half of their parking lot when it's on private space. So here's the concept that the Design Review Subcommittee came up with. Initially, they don't all look as attractive as this, but the initial concept was here with a lot of landscaping and kind of a trapezoidal design, and with some areas on that triangle that could be more public open space, bike or EV parking that I'll get to in a second.
So because of that angled parking, we've got a couple slides here to talk about how the impacts of those occur. From discussions with staff and at the recommendation of the mayor, it was requested that we put together some real-life examples of how the current program impacts neighboring businesses. The picture on the top left shows the parklet for the Avila's El Ranchito. And is that, there we go. However, in practicality, the parklet also is in front of a boutique shop circled in red. The location of the Avila's is due to a few things. One is the red curb. It's the proximity to the corner of the street. There's also a trolley stop there. However, because of those limitations, the area that's highlighted in blue is the area of the restaurant where that parklet is actually serving. And then on the other side, further further to the west, there's another parklet for the Beach Fire restaurant. And it's really only because of that accessible parking space that there is no parklet there. That could have been one of the parking spaces taken up. And then highlighted here is that boutique shop, and showing how the parklet essentially covers, basically all of their frontage. And then in the bottom right, just another angle of that impact. This is looking at one of the newer parklets that is for the taco shop. Their business location and street frontage is highlighted in blue. However, based on the existing parklet program, their parklet was eligible for everything that you see behind the 5 planters there. And in reality, that parklet, which serves the restaurant in blue, is covering up a lot of the street frontage for the businesses that are highlighted to the right of that. So there's definitely some considerations that we want to work through to ensure that any program that the city moves forward with is considerate to all businesses and avoids these types of impacts whenever possible. This is an image of one of the angled corners. Those tend to create what we'll call dead spaces. You can't really put a table there, and so it's often used to either just store chairs or some other non-active seating use. All right.
So we have a few suggestions for how we could improve the current situation, and this is going back to the past. This is the parallel parking design on Avenida Victoria. So on Del Mar, it's got the triangles and the squares and the trapezoids. On Victoria, there's a limit of 2 parking spaces that they can cover, and it's just 2 spaces in a row like this. Again, there's meant to be landscaping. There's also a planter requirement. I don't think you can see the planters on this slide, but this is the current situation on Victoria. We wouldn't propose to change this that much. We think we could maybe bring Del Mar more into conformity with this layout. So some potential changes that we could make with direction from the council. We're also open to more ideas. We've brainstormed with staff, we've brainstormed with the Chamber of Commerce and Downtown Business Association, and we've certainly heard from members of the public who have ideas. So one common sense thing that most people agree on is the parklets should be more of a square, and the triangular areas should be chopped off or squared off and used for bicycle or golf cart storage, and that would also free up sight lines to the adjacent businesses. The design review subcommittee could review a more standard design that I'll show an example of on the next slide, but some common sense things, again, we thought is remove the 2x4s that stick up in the air and often don't do anything, or sometimes hold string lighting, which was not meant to be allowed by the original design guidelines. Another possible improvement is signage for either the business with the parklet or the adjacent businesses that may be obstructed by the parklet. It could be a voluntary option by the parklet provider, or it could be encouraged by staff for them to put up signage. And then some lighting standards, because there's a lot of different types of lighting at the different parklets. So this is, again, borrowing from our current design guidelines that the design review subcommittee reviewed. We could take this back to DRSC and have them review some tweaks. The idea here from staff and from some businesses is to have more of a square setup, the red square, and to have the blue triangles be more open to the public for informal storage of bikes and golf carts and better sight lines. So the parking considerations on a more macro level and how this is affecting the city. This is likely a concern that you'll hear about tonight. There was a cap on the number of parklets that was set with the original approval of the program in 2022, and that cap was 42 on Del Mar. Each parklet on Del Mar is usually 3 parking spaces, so that would have allowed for 14 businesses on Del Mar. The most we've ever had operating was about 11. Right now we have 9. There were 10 until last week when one of the parklets was removed by the owner. Then another guideline, although not written into the actual zoning code, is that there shouldn't be more than 6 consecutive parking spaces. Adam described that situation where the 2 businesses have at least 1 parking space in between, so you don't have a monolithic wall, but we could formalize that guideline. And then the current parking situation, again, is the parklets take up 33 spaces now. There's a cap of 42 on Del Mar. We're below that cap, and then there's 6 parking spaces on Victoria. There isn't a cap there, but there's really only space for the 6 that are already being occupied on Victoria. So the council could look at changes to the cap. That's the next slide here, which says that what staff have heard from some people is we should just establish a moratorium on the number that we had now, or maybe the number we had a week ago, which was 10 parklets for 30 spaces. One of them was removed, so we're now at 9 for 27. Or we could stick with the current cap of 42 spaces, serving 14 businesses. And again, residual areas should be encouraged to be opened up to the public again, and implement a new design and fee structure. If the council does move forward with the program beyond July 1st, something we've heard from a lot of businesses that is a legitimate concern is the city has previously had some public works projects planned on Del Mar, which would have required removal of the parklets in order to do street resurfacing, which we now are hopeful to be doing either early summer or late summer, hoping not for a big impact on businesses or the summer season. But whenever that does take place, the temporary parklets have been on notice the whole time that they will have to be removed by the owners and then reinstalled by the owners. That could present an opportunity to implement these tweaks if we're changing the size or the dimensions, as well as potentially lower the fees, which I'll be recommending in the next slide, that we could do that after the street resurfacing occurs this summer. So the fees are fairly complex. Initially, and what it says in the zoning code is $4 per square foot for public parklets, $1 for the private ones. Staff have done research. We're on the high end of those fees. We're higher than cities like Laguna Beach, Santa Monica, Santa Barbara. Those are pretty high-end tourist cities, and we're charging more money than they do for parklets. The $1 per square foot on private parklets is consistent with cities who charge a fee, although some cities don't charge any fee for parklets on private property. The way it works out is generally the fee per month is about $1,300, although for some parklets it's as high as $1,500 per month, and they pay in 3-month installments of about $4,000 every 3 months for the ones in Del Mar. We've generally been consistent in collecting those fees, although 7 of the 19 approved parklets right now are behind on their fee payments, usually by about 3 months, whatever the last billing cycle was. And then the base fee for a 2-stall parklet on Victoria is about half as much, it's $625. After doing this analysis of other cities, staff would recommend lowering the fees to support economic development and establish consistency and fairness, because right now there is a little bit of a variety in what some parklets are paying. Some potential numbers on this slide that would put us closer to the $2 or $3 per square foot rather than the $4 per square foot, in line with other cities, would be a standard rate of $800 for Del Mar, which those parklets take up portions of 3 spaces, so you lose 3 spaces on the street, although if we squared them off, the square footage wouldn't actually use all of the 3 spaces, so they would each lose a little bit of technical square footage. So that would be a reason for lowering those rates. And then on Victoria, they're already at a pretty much market rate, but we could lower them from $650 or so to $600. The private property parklets, we would recommend continuing to charge $1 per square foot, although the measurements of those parklets haven't always been so precise, so the fees could be more consistently applied. And then the broader recommendation for the council, it's not up to staff for you to tell you how to spend public money, but you're likely to hear from the public. And it is a recommendation generally that we would apply a portion, some of the public money that's collected from these private lease payments could be put back into downtown parking or downtown transit infrastructure or downtown beautification. Right now it goes to the general fund. We do have a program now where the city leases parking spaces from private businesses that don't need their full parking lots, and then post signs that say those private parking lots are publicly available for a portion or all of the day. We have a pretty good deal on those lease spaces. They charge about $1,000 a year, and that opens them up to the public. But we have a smaller total pool of those spaces now than we've had in the last couple decades. We've had a maximum of a little over 100 spaces per year that were signed and available for public use. Now we've got about 40 or 45. So if the council were to direct us to spend some of the parklet revenue, we could rent more spaces to be used for people who are looking for parking. Enforcement, generally staff are pretty consistent about enforcing the fees and trying to keep people up to date on the payments. We've gotten some concern and criticism that we don't visit all the parklets on a regular basis and make sure they're complying with the design guidelines. There's a self-certification process every year where the parklet owners have to certify that they're maintaining their parklets the way their lease agreement provides. So staff have sent updates in the last year. We've sent 4 of them. The most recent one was last weekend, and that was focused on parklets who were way behind on their payments. One of those parklet owners elected to remove the parklet, and the other one cut the city a check to catch up on their lease payments. But staff would recommend doing, in this next slide, formalizing the process a little bit when a new parklet gets approved, and maybe every year of the existing parklets that we could conduct a site visit and make sure that they're in compliance with the general design guidelines. There's an option here whether you'd like to require a public hearing for new parklets. We never have. They've been approved administratively. Another option, rather than requiring a public hearing, would be having the owners do some outreach to the adjacent businesses, and then city staff could provide a written notice to adjacent businesses. What we would do with that outreach, staff use our best judgment. There could be a public hearing where a decision-making body decides what to do with public comments, but we're likely to get a fairly large amount of interest anytime a new parklet is proposed, and it's kind of a difficult discretionary decision. It's staff's preference to have clear guidelines from the beginning on what's allowed and what's not. But we could have a public hearing on each one if that's the guidance from the council. So that concludes the options we came up with. Again, our request from you is to hear from the public and then to tell us what you want us to look into further and bring it back in a month or two with more formal recommendations.
Any questions of staff on the parklet component of this before we hear public comments?
Let's hear public comments first. Yeah.
Okay, we have several speakers, so I'll call the first few. Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Brenda Kinsman, followed by Michael Kaup, followed by Mickey Rathman. Amanda?
I'll pass on my PowerPoint presentation on grading. Thanks, Rick, for that was a joke. Anyways, I'm here. I've been on Del Mar watering plants for about 5 years now, and I've spoken to a lot of business owners. And, at first, it was understood that this was done for COVID to help restaurants and all that. But as time has gone on, and it's becoming a concern, right, and an actual burden. And back in September, I saw that the parking on Granada was closed off, and there was a lapse in the agreement for parking there, and there was some yellow tape closed off there. But, when listening to this, we really have to stay on top of that, right? Have our city staff look into all the agreements that are around that area to promote parking. However, I read a public comment in the back, and this person really cut to the importance of this. The person said, San Clemente should be a city where all local businesses can succeed. The success of one type of business should not come at the expense of another. And I think that really resonates because we are putting everything to support restaurants, yet they're getting the price of $1,320 per month, and for 2 stalls it's $625. Anywhere in San Clemente can we have rent that cheap for anything? I mean, we had Jador close because their rent was astronomical. It was like $7,000 or $12,000 per month, and then H.H. Cotton's, from what my understanding, was $29,000 of rent per month. So how's the city basically charging these restaurants this mere, $4 or $1, and then some of them aren't even paying? That's not right. I think there is a concern regarding blocking signs, blocking businesses, blocking parking of other places, because I know Coastal Cowboy is blocking a business right next to it. Not only that, now they're putting in bar stool seating, and where they want to put the chairs is right on public right away on the sidewalk. And there's ADA compliance issues there. So I'm really concerned about that, or they want to use sidewalk for storage of their umbrella stands or other things, and the city's proposing places for storage? No, their storage should be in a warehouse somewhere, or in the back, somewhere else. Let's not be a burden to other businesses that want to thrive in the city. Thank you for your time.
Brenda Kisman, followed by Michael Kaup.
Good evening. I'm Brenda Kinsman. I'm with Oliver's downtown. Some of you have been in my shop, and I love my store, but I am blocked because of, and I love Coastal Cowboy. The guys are really great there, very nice, but you cannot see my store when you drive by or walk down the street or whatever. But it's not only just the park outlets, it's the parking in general. I have customers all the time that come in and say, we drove around 100 times and finally we gave up. I tell people all the time to go up to the outlets and get on the trolley and come down that way, park up there. So that might be something that the city can really look at, is look at the trolley, running it all year long. Maybe the monies that they're paying for the parklets can go towards the trolleys and having them run. Another thing that I wanted to suggest too is people can't find my store a lot, even though it's gotten larger because I'm across the street now. Have you thought about outdoor kiosks that talk about each business down the street? Having one up at the top of the street, one in the center of the street where the cutouts are. And maybe then people can look at those, find out where our stores are, find out where the bathrooms are. Because I have people come in constantly looking for restrooms. So, and try and get more parking on these city lots. If you can, build some parking structures, charge for it. People will pay. That's it.
Thanks, Brenda.
Michael Kaup, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Kathy Ward.
Hi. Having sat in your positions, not as the level that you're at, but for 15 years as a planning commissioner, I appreciate all you guys do. So thank you very much. When I came here tonight, I didn't realize that we were looking at a kind of an ongoing and forever situation with the parklets. I was a huge supporter because I own a number of buildings on Del Mar. I own 3 on Del Mar, and one of them was a restaurant. And I did everything possible in my abilities to help them survive COVID and post-COVID. And I just made an assumption that at some point this would end. I know that this is happening in many cities, and so I guess I'm thinking just because everybody's doing it does not necessarily mean that it's become the right thing. I think we should be looking at the full impacts of parking. We've got a lot of retailers who are suffering from inability to park. I know I've had a store on Del Mar for 31 years now, and it's really interesting, the drop in customer. There's huge increases in the eating establishments, and they're doing well, and I'm really happy about that. And I still have the same tenant that it's a cellar building, and they're doing really well. So they survived it because they were in the process of spending about $400,000 on a new kitchen when COVID hit, and then they couldn't afford to even open their place even after the COVID relaxed its ability to go into public places. So I'm really sympathetic to that, but I think we need to look at, in my 14 years on the Planning Commission, I believe we had probably 3 to 4 parking studies. And I remember the first one was the upper block, the 100 block, was told that there are no parking waivers. There should be no parking waivers because there's no parking. And then after about 2 more, they started going to the 200 block and saying absolutely limited, but possibly some, but still not encouraging it. So I'm wondering how this jives with you can't get a parking waiver, but you can have 3 spaces. It's incoherent to me. So, and now I didn't realize that we're doing parklets on Victoria too. I own another building over there too, and I'm thinking the only reason I bought the building is because it had 4 spaces on my property, because otherwise there's no place to park. So exacerbating it, I'm just
struggling with it. I really am. I don't want to seem like the only one that's thinking about my business, because I'm not. I'm thinking about all the ones that.
Thank you, Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And for the
I'm sorry.
speakers,
Thank
I
you.
guess it's not beeping,
No,
but
I just
the
wasn't paying
buzzer's not
attention.
working, but there is a clock up on the screen.
Oh, thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Michael.
Mickey Rathman, followed by Kathy Ward, followed by Chris Wood.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Mickey Rathman. I'm a local resident and a business owner on Avenida Del Mar. I want to start by acknowledging that the Parklet program served an important purpose during the pandemic. It helped many businesses, including mine, survive during an incredibly difficult time. But it was reactionary, not a planned program. Continuing a temporary solution as a permanent one deserves careful reconsideration. Not all businesses have the ability to utilize the parklets. This creates an imbalance where some businesses benefit from expanded space while others, especially retail stores and service businesses, do not have the same opportunity to compete for visibility and access. It is especially hard on parking. Parking is critical to the success of downtown San Clemente small businesses. Continuing to convert public parking spaces into private dining areas reduces access for locals, visitors, and customers, which affects the broader business community, not just the restaurants. I can't tell you how many people complain to us about parking. This isn't just about being against restaurants. I love the restaurants. They're an important part of our downtown, and we all benefit from that vibrant dining scene, but it's about ensuring that our shared public space is used in a way that supports all businesses equally and keeps downtown accessible for everyone. Some of the decks are in arrears, some of the decks have dead plants, some of the decks have lighting, some of the decks don't have lighting, some have pole toppers, some don't. It isn't consistent. There's a comment that the Planning Commission reached out to the Downtown Business Association, and I am a member of the board there, and no one asked me about this particular time and space of the outdoor dining. It is such a contentious issue that the Downtown Business Association would likely not take a hard position, as some of the downtown business members really want to have the parklets, the restaurants, and then others are struggling with it. So I would be careful to just assume that the members of the chamber and the DBA wholeheartedly support it. I think that you need to do a little bit more research and outreach to get additional information. I respectfully ask the council to allow the parklet program to sunset as planned and to reconsider long-term solutions that balance the needs of the entire downtown community, not just part of it.
Thank you, Mickey.
Kathy Ward, followed by Chris Wood, followed by, I think it's Adriano Piazza.
Outdoor dining is being allowed in our city with no real planning process, no discussion of negative impacts to street circulation, safety, ease to access shopping or convenience, and no thought to the impact of any of the shop owners. That's because you're dealing with this on a temporary basis. You keep just setting it and putting it off temporarily. And I would say to you, you've heard from some of the planning commissioners, business owner, and maybe some more, that the downtown is very, very important to this city, to the residents. And right now, they don't have access. So I have heard some comments from the dais about, oh, we've got the train, we've got the trolley, and people are going to be there. Well, that's a notion that trying to get Californians out of our cars, it is not going to happen. And now we don't have to change our cars and go to electric cars. If we do it if we want to, that's our right to do that, and buy the car that we want. But when you follow something like this, you have to remember where it comes from. It came from Gavin Newsom saying, this is what my solution is for the restaurants, and you can just do this and we'll extend it. That's someone and a state government that doesn't believe in parking for anything, for housing, for businesses, and definitely wants you to get out of your car. That's where this has come from, and you need to realize that. I can't believe that we're still following in COVID area what was said to be knee-jerk reactions to do this, and our beloved downtown, we're actually seeing it is starting to deteriorate. especially with the way that these look and the businesses, all the new storefronts. I saw new doors, wonderful things going on, but you can't see them. I walked the mall today, and I saw all the parking and all the impacts, but what I want to say is that there was no written notice to any of the stakeholders. And these are requirements, and I'm going to tell you who this came from. Written notice to stakeholders is a good process for major changes, especially to business owners. Public hearings and posting. Before implementing changes, cities must publish and post and mail notices of public hearings at least 20 days in advance. Wouldn't that be nice to consider the business owners and do that? That's actually in our code to do that, but we're not having to do it because you're trying to say this isn't a project, but it sure feels like a project. And you keep putting this off and doing these anti-car and really anti-resident policies, because the residents are the ones that want to drive down there and can't get down there. And you're doing these rules with visitors in mind, and that's not right. You can't be anti-resident, you can't be anti-business owners. It's not good, and it's not good for elections, and you're just giving me a reason to run against you on those two policies.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Chris Wood, followed by Adriano Piazza, followed by Alberta Ayala.
My wife and I own 2 buildings on Del Mar. Our family has been in business on Del Mar for over 60 years. What I don't understand is the size of these parklets and how they're able to impact their neighbors without any discussion. Mr. Loeffler, you said you went up and down the street and talked to people. I'm there 80 hours a week. I've never met you. We have 5 storefronts, 4,000 square feet, plenty of opportunity to come and find us. We do have a dog in the fight because one of our tenants has a patio. We refused to let them have it. They went to the city. They petitioned us and said the city's giving it to us. You should. So now they've got something the size of Noah's Ark blocking 2 of the other businesses in competition with, they're in competition with our other businesses. So now we've got 2 hair salons and a barbershop that people circle the block, call us half an hour later and say, we've canceled our appointment, we can't find parking. So you have no plan for alternate parking. You've got no plan that's working for alternate parking. And yet, as a retailer, and by the way, we were founding members of the Downtown Business Association many years ago. We're no longer members of it. It seems to be mostly staffed by, or the board seems to be mostly restaurants. Everybody that has retail is not allowed to have a patio deck. Why? Does my constitutional and civil rights not allow me equal opportunity for success? Should I not be allowed to have my retail products go out there during the day and back in at night? When COVID happened, retailers had to have closed doors and put their packages outside for people to pick up until they failed and went out of business. And you can see the list of businesses on Del Mar that have failed. They're all retail. The list of businesses that have succeeded are all food and beverage. Why do they have the privilege that I don't have? Why do they have a privilege that retailers don't have? Why do they have something different? Why can they have something that we can't have? If I want to retail shampoo, clothing, t-shirts, tennis shoes, why can't I do that on a patio? But it's refused. It can only be food and beverage. COVID is over. They succeeded through COVID. The sex shop was open, the candy store was open, the ice cream store was open, the food and restaurants were open, and alcohol could be walked up and down the street. But a hair salon was closed because it was not essential. But I'm sure everybody here got a haircut someplace. It should be equal opportunity for everybody so San Clemente can thrive, not so restaurants, food and beverage and coffee shops can expand into the place next door because it just closed down because it was retail. You need to make the spaces smaller. You need to stop taking visibility from the people that have been there for 30, 40, 50 years. People that have a storefront that can't be seen is extremely unfair and almost liable. There's a way that this can be taken to court.
Thank you, Chris.
Adriano Piazza, followed by Alberta Ayala, followed by Dale Allison.
Hi, good evening. Adriano Piazza. I'm with Pronto Cucina Italiana and board of director in the board of director of the Chamber of Commerce. First of all, I want to say on a positive note that I love that presentation. I think that those are all amazing ideas, reshaping and all that kind of stuff. I am not sure if that reshaping would in any way, like maybe reduce the square footage that is available. But I also want to give my point of view on what we hear, because we see thousands of people a week. There is a lot of residents that we talk to that love the fact that they have an outdoor dining because we have the best weather in the whole world, and they are happy to Uber or bike or use any other form of transportation that in any other city in the whole world everybody uses. Because the problem with parking, it's just everywhere. Like I lived in I lived in Italy, I lived here, I lived in LA, everywhere. There is never enough parking anywhere you go. I agree with maybe putting the money of the parklets towards maybe building parking structures, even though I know that that's very, very, very expensive. And I understand the point of view of all the retailers, but the restaurants as well are one of the major economical drive of the city of San Clemente, and also all the money that is generated by the sales tax of all these people that we can serve that we normally couldn't serve. I think that should be taken in consideration. I also would love if we could, whatever the case of what's going to happen, if we can think about the fact of not taking these down right before the summer. That would be devastating for many, many businesses. I want to guarantee you, I've been in the restaurant industry, even though I'm only 32. I had my first restaurant industry job when I was 16, and I worked in the industry ever since. Restaurants right now, with the price of everything going up and all that, they're either crushing it or they are in the process of closing. Also, I just want to mention the fact that we are able to hire way more people, and they're, in our case, almost all residents of San Clemente that would otherwise not have a job. And then, what do you want to say? An immediate solution for the parking problem, it would be to have an employee parking lot somewhere, because the majority of people that park in the big parking lot and on the street, they're all people that work in the retails and the restaurants. But yes, I would love if we could just postpone this decision and maybe in the meantime find a permanent solution that is good for everybody, not only for the restaurant, but for the retails as well.
Thank you for
so
your
much.
comments.
Alberto Ayala, followed by Dale Allison, followed by Tyler Bowden.
Hello, and thank you for allowing our opinions to be voiced. I've been fortunate to work as a cocktail bartender on Del Mar for about 2.5 years, working at establishments with and without outdoor patio seating. In my time here, I've seen a town with a thriving retail and food scene. I understand that not all businesses, such as clothing stores, can take advantage of parklets, and I agree that we are in need of a solution to the lack of available parking. But the potential removal of the parklets will serve mainly as a punishment for thriving businesses that actually attract most of the traffic to the street. With the loss of all the seating, these establishments will accommodate less people, most likely have to lay off staff, and probably increase prices, and also the loss of sales tax revenue for the city, all while only addressing the parking with only a Band-Aid fix. Now, if the parklet program were to be extended, we would still be in need of a long-term solution to accommodate patrons of Del Mar. And to start, I believe we should lean on infrastructure that we already have here and expand the use and advertisement of the public trolleys. We promote foot traffic by adding a bullet trolley line that brings people from a main parking area such as the outlets directly to Del Mar, making no additional stops. Additionally, the building of a large parking structure with spaces that acknowledge local transit of bicycles and golf carts. And I also want to acknowledge and support a public comment made earlier to a kiosk or information center that houses and broadcasts all the information for all businesses on the street. With that said, I just want to say thank you for your time, and I look forward to serving you all soon.
Thank you, Alberto.
Dale Allison, followed by Tyler Bowden, followed by Mike Kay.
Yeah, my name is Dale Allison. I am a resident here, and I believe that the parklet dining program should be continued while the city finds a reasonable and equitable solution that satisfies all types of businesses. Should the parklet dining program be shut down, I genuinely think the economic loss of removing these parklets would be significantly more than would be gained by those few parking spots. These outdoor spaces slow Del Mar down. They make people feel safer, and they give the city an impression of walkability that locals and tourists alike desire. For me personally, the removals of these structures would make my experience of Del Mar in the downtown area worse. Less seatings means locals like myself have less access to these stores and restaurants. If I'm not going to go to a restaurant, I'm not going to stop by at a shop on the way there if I know it's going to be super busy on a weekend or summer. And I think we're also at a time of the year where, or a time in San Clemente's time where it is far more busy than I think anyone ever expected it to be, and it seems to be getting busier with every passing year. I support finding better ways to make use of already existing parking lots and infrastructure while maintaining this program. I really like the idea of expanding the trolley service. There's lots of larger, usually empty parking lots all around the outskirts of San Clemente that would be great hubs for these trolley programs. I really love the idea of public information signs helping the businesses that feel left out because of this program, helping them to be more visible to visitors and locals alike. Better management and enforcement of existing parking rules. Again, more support for the trolley system and making use of those more empty and defunct lots, I think would have a much larger and more beneficial impact on the downtown area than removing what was already, or than removing what has become, I think, a staple of the San Clemente downtown area.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Tyler Bowden, followed by Mike Kay, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's great to see you. It's been a while since I've been here. Tyler Bowden, resident San Clemente, member of the Board of Directors for the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm in my San Clemente tuxedo right now. But I wanted to say thank you to the staff for all of your hard work on this issue. I think the staff recommendations were great, and I think especially the recommendation to wait to make a firm action on this issue is a good idea so that we can receive feedback. The Chamber did write a letter to the City Council. You may have read it already. And we tried to be as comprehensive as possible in considering all the variables of this issue. One of those issues is that we need to be more transparent with neighboring businesses and more communicative with neighboring businesses. And I'm glad to see so many businesses here represented. And I hope that all of these businesses can come together as we continue the discussion with both the Chamber and the DBA. I think really just conversations with residents and business owners outside of city meetings like this is really how we can get things done, and I hope we can continue those types of conversations. But speaking on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I think outdoor dining has created a great atmosphere on Del Mar that reflects our nickname, the Spanish Village by the Sea. So I think that, I think we do need to come up with a permanent program that includes outdoor dining on Del Mar. But as we do so, we need to be very careful in developing that program that considers all the needs and desires of the businesses that are affected. One of the things that I think is important to consider in this process is the resurfacing of the street. Adriano mentioned the resurfacing scheduled for the summer. That probably wouldn't be good for restaurants. But I think what's maybe more important is if we do plan to continue outdoor dining on Del Mar, if we resurface the street and we want to have a permanent program, we should probably coordinate those two things together so that we're not having them remove and replace their outdoor dining patios more than once, because that comes at a significant cost to those businesses. But I think, hearing all the comments here tonight, parking is really the issue. And so, increasing rotation of parking is a good first step. but I think we need to find other ways to increase the availability of parking on Del Mar. I think that maybe more than just a small portion of the fees collected through this parklet program should go towards finding alternative parking on Del Mar. And we should also be able to provide separate employee parking off Del Mar where employees for local businesses can park so that they're not taking those spots from patrons of these businesses. So I look forward to continuing discussions with the council and the staff and local businesses. For any businesses here, if you'd like to reach out to me or anyone else in the chamber, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to continue discussions. And thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Tyler.
Mike Kay, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Tim Leibel, I believe it says.
Council, I want to talk about grading, but I'm going to throw my 2 cents in as well on parking. Parking sucks downtown. It's just going to get worse and worse. I don't really think additional 30 parking spots is going to add up to anything. I think it would still suck. We'd still be driving around in circles. And so if we took them all out, I don't think there'd be any difference. I also think that is the goose laying the golden egg down there. The downtown is dynamic, and I think boutiques and other stores should be careful in their analysis. If you got rid of that, you're also getting rid of a considerable customer base. We go downtown, we find our spot, we walk to Rare Society, whatever, and we look at the boutiques. We may not go in, they may be closed, but we look at that shirt or that jewelry and we think about going back, and we do. Anyway, so love the parklets, maybe some fine tuning. Maybe a parking spot, maybe the old city hall would be a good place. I don't know. There are alternative ways. Grading. I love the idea of a mini grading permit. I've worked in grading for a long time. I've done grading all over California. The standard is 50 yards. That is the standard. San Juan Capistrano, most of it's in a floodplain. That's why it's 20. Same with the Doheny region of Dana Point. That's why it's 20 yards. But we don't have those issues. It should be 50. 50 is a very small amount. That's 2 or 3 inches for sidewalks around your house, for a new driveway extension, maybe dig out part for a jacuzzi. That'll get you right to 50. Very quick. Done it many, many times, including here in San Clemente. Swimming pool will get you right up to 250 or more right away. If it's a residential place, it needs geostructural, an ADU unit or something else. If it's a big swimming pool, it needs structural engineering. But there are plenty of situations where you don't, and that added burden is a considerable problem for people working in construction, landscapers. I did hardscaping for Talega when it was new. I put in lots and lots of garden walls, of little verandas, of little gazebos, of a fountain in a backyard, and it bumped me up to 50. I was like, well, I'm just doing some hardscape, some flat work. I didn't even need permits for the sidewalk around the guy's house, but I do need geotechnical because I'm scraping more than 50 yards. It made no sense to me. So it is a burden. I love the idea of a intermediary, 50 to 250 would be great. Also, the goats. I'm finding issues with access into these large parcels. There's old access roads, but they're overgrown. I was sitting there, I was like, yeah, it's over 50 yards just to get my truck and trailer in there. Whether it's me or mechanical or weed whacker guys, they're all gonna have that problem. So there are areas where a 50 to 250 yard option without the burden of engineering and everything goes with it would be a benefit to us, and I hope they would consider it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Wayne Eggleston, followed by Tim Leibel.
Good evening. I'm supportive of outdoor dining, but it's reached its limit and has not been reviewed or modified since its inception 4 years ago. I'm an advocate for small retail businesses, many of which are specialty boutique shops not found on Amazon or Walmart. Some of the items that need further discussion and changes. Number one, number of outdoor dining parking spaces. Currently, permits have been granted for 30 parking spaces with potential of 12 additional, making a total of 42 or 3 more restaurants. 42 spaces is based upon the T-zone area, which needs to be revised to include, which is now including residential areas and private parking lots. 42 parking spaces for outdoor dining is not sustainable. Currently, there are 160 street parking spaces on Avenida Del Mar. That equates to 1 out of 4 parking spaces devoted to outdoor dining. Yikes. There is traffic gridlock on the 100th block of Avenida Del Mar with cars backed up trying to find parking. It is looking like Laguna Beach some days. There needs to be a moratorium on further outdoor parking spaces until there is community input. Enforcement, number two. We have a problem with parking space turnover and need consistent enforcement on Avenida Del Mar, Cabrillo, and Granada. 2 hours is not enough for dining and shopping. 3 hours if the city will enforce it. Number three, parking management program. Over the last several years, the city has lost numerous leased parking spaces. The parking management program started by Jim Holloway, former community development director, has not been effectively managed. This dramatically affects parking. 4, outdoor dining permits need to be public hearings and not ministerial approval. Thus far, adjacent retail businesses have not been notified and only realize an outdoor dining structure will be blocking their storefront and signage when construction is started. This is unfair to the retail businesses. 5, part-let construction. When a construction is completed, city staff needs to physically inspect the construction prior to staff signing off, including the plantings. Currently, it's up to the restaurant owner to self-approve. These are major problems with 129 Avenida Del Mar as they planted high bushes, which further blocks 5 storefronts in the arcade and a women's shoe store. Construction of parklets is very important, and city staff needs to issue a final permit, as we do for all other construction that affects public safety. Let's be fair to the retail businesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wayne.
And the final speaker is Tim.
You got it.
Okay.
Tim Leibel, San Clemente resident, about 7 years. Since the outdoor dining has started, it's been the lifeline of Del Mar. I understand the parking thing, but when you're going there, I've never left Del Mar because I couldn't find a parking spot, but I've left Del Mar when I can't eat somewhere. People are going there to eat, then they shop. There's plenty of street parking, plenty of other parking lots, but you're not going there just to visit and walk in a boutique. You have a restaurant or a reservation you're going to, then they go to the shops. If you take out the outdoor dining, you're gonna lose the reservations. The businesses and restaurants are gonna suffer, and the boutique spots, no one's be walking around. They're gonna take their business to Dana Point, they're gonna take their business to Laguna, and it's just gonna be suffering for every business in general.
Thank you, Tim. That's the last of the speakers? Yes. So now do we have any questions of staff on the parklet?
I'd like to know with the ceiling work that's scheduled to be this summer, is there any, 2 questions. One, can that be extended? And for reasonably how long? And second, is there any underground work that needs to be done in Del Mar that would also impact the street traffic and the parklets?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe that Dave is on his way up to answer whether or not that can be delayed till after the summer season. And I believe, though, we have found a solution where we don't believe we're going to have to do any of the underground upgrade to the electrical work, but he can address both of those.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Dave Rievensdorf, Public Works Director. I'm not sure where the summer time frame came from. We certainly wouldn't want to slurry seal in the middle of summer, but fall, spring, winter, when there's good weather, makes a lot more sense. So I'll go back and talk to staff, and we'll make sure that it certainly isn't done in the summer. And regarding any undergrounding, there was some work looking at doing some additional power out there. And I think as part of the budget process, staff is working with the city manager to maybe remove that from as a future project. So there's no major undergrounding that I'm aware of if that project's removed.
Okay, thank you.
The parking problem, we solved that a number of years ago, tried to solve it by getting private parking off-site. We had 100 spaces, we're now down to about 40. Is that being, how is that being shepherded along? Are we knocking on doors to increase the parking? Are we sending out letters? Are we, how are we communicating with the private property owners to get those number of public usable spaces from private property owners?
Yeah, I think I think it's time that we go back out and we contact all of the owners of the private lots and ask them whether or not they would be willing to allow the city to utilize some of those unused lots if they don't need as much parking for their business or for their building. I don't believe we have done that for quite some time now, so I think it's time to check in again with some of the owners of those private lots and see if some of them might be available. I think it makes sense.
Over time, I've heard a lot of people comment on the library parking lot behind. What are your thoughts on expanding that to a multi-level parking structure? I know it's very expensive, but whenever parking gets tight, that becomes a rotating Ferris, circle, the people pulling in and pulling out. What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. We sent some staff up today to see if there was a possibility that we could get a grant through the Economic Development Administration at the federal level. Unfortunately, I got an email this afternoon, we found out we're not eligible for that program because we don't have a low enough unemployment rate in our community at this point in time. But we're not going to give up. We're going to go out and see if we can find some additional ways to fund that type of facility. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's some geography there that I think that plays into our benefit with some of the topography in that area that we can probably do some parking. There's also some other things we're looking at. There was some mention made tonight of perhaps using the parking lot at the old City Hall. The City Hall right now is not occupied, so no one's using that building. So perhaps that's something we could use for some employee parking, maybe look at a shuttle for some of the employees to work downtown. So I think there's any number of things that have been brought up tonight that I think are definitely worth pursuing and bringing to you before you have to make your final decision in June on the parklets. Again, the program expires in June unless the council extends it. The city, as was explained, the state has said we can extend it to as far as 2029. But I think that there's a lot of things that need to be reviewed, so we come back to you guys with a very comprehensive recommendation and some suggestions that we haven't looked at this point in time. So
I have some thoughts on the parklets, but I want to save those. I don't have any additional questions for staff.
Any additional questions for staff? Hearing none. Public hearing is closed. Now we'll have discussion. Did you want to keep weighing?
Yeah, I'd be glad to, Mr. Mayor. I think I have the concerns I've heard tonight about the retail businesses. That's always concerned me. My thinking is that the retail needs to be protected to a degree. I think the parklets themselves are popular. It is a temporary solution to COVID. It's a reactionary decision, as was stated, but sometimes those reactionary decisions can occasionally turn out to be good decisions for the community. So there's value there. I think there's value there. I'd hate to see them go away completely, but I think to protect the retail, I think my thinking is those spaces need to be reduced, not expanded. I think they need to be squared off so that those triangle spaces don't take up additional space, that we provide cart parking or bike parking. I like the idea of kiosks and cart parking. I'm very much in favor of that. And parking. And in terms of how we decide who gets those spaces, I know there's competition among the restaurants. So if we were to reduce that from 30 even down to 20, so that the staff or the council's not put in a position of picking the winners and losers, maybe we could have a process where we have a lottery per se, or where we say those that are interested in the space, if there is any, let's bid on it, rather than just reduce the fee as staff suggested. Maybe have a lottery system where there's a bidding process, and those are my thoughts generally.
Okay. Zen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to see the parklet program to continue beyond the expiration date. I think it's a good program. They make our downtown, or make Del Mar more vibrant and lively, and also bring a lot of foot traffic for all businesses, not just the restaurants. And I do recognize there are some negative impact to other businesses. I think there are two issues here. The most important issue, of course, is the parking. I will talk about it in a minute. But the immediate impact to the non-restaurant business is the storefront visibility. Our parklet is constructed in a way that does not always allow drivers to see through. Especially besides the fences, we have furniture, we have heaters or umbrellas. Sometimes we have a post that's not needed. We have sometimes have some lightings. All of those, we should cut them down to the minimum because they block the visibility of a storefront of all the stores behind the sidewalk. And even for the for the railing or for the fence, I would like to see them to be a little more see-through. I know right now they have some slats. Having some wrought iron is probably better, but maybe it costs a lot of money, I don't know. But I think the bottom line is we should not allow them to have a lot of things beyond a typical visual height for, say, 48 inches or 54 inches. Beyond that, they tend to block the visibility toward our storefront. The storefront are mostly glass for a reason, is that to allow people to see through and see the interior of the store and also see the store signs. So that needs to be protected. I like the idea to have a store directory or map at the beginning of the Del Mar to help people to locate businesses. The bigger issue here is the parking. The parking is less about removing a parking immediately in front of a specific non-restaurant stores. It's a parking issue of the entire business district. So if we look at Del Mar, Granada, and Cabrillo as an entire downtown district, and we have about 1,000 spaces there. The way to bring in more foot traffic without bringing more parking demand is a transit. It is the golf cart. It is to accommodate golf cart storage and a bicycle storage, and they bring more pedestrian footprint to the downtown area without bringing in more parking demand by cars. So perhaps it's a time for the city to think about the overall parking strategy for this entire district again. We've had looked into it for decades, but we've never get to a point that there are no parking at a certain time of the week and a certain time of the year, because all the available parking spaces are occupied. The reason is simply because they're free, and sometimes staff park in front of a business all day long. They need a parking an employee-only parking lot. But the best strategy is to, in my viewpoint, is to establish a downtown parking benefit district. We charge people enough to free up some parking spaces on every block. The purpose is not to make money off the people, because we should return that money to downtown district for improvements, whether it's more parking or deep cleaning of the sidewalk or some street lighting, whatever that is. We're not going to make money off the downtown business, but we're going to charge people for parking, so the price is high enough that not every parking space will be occupied all day long. And then we reinvest the revenue into the district. And that's my thought on this bigger problem of the parking demand and the parking supply in the entire downtown district. I also think that the parking waivers are given by the staff, but I would prefer the parking waiver to be replaced by an in lieu fee. If someone cannot provide required parking spaces, instead of giving them free waivers, we have them contribute into a fund, and we use that money, we use that pool of the money to provide more parking in downtown area. So we've had our incremental and reactionary changes in the past, but really I think it's a time for us to think about the comprehensive solution for our entire downtown district parking problem. Lastly, cannot find a parking is a good problem to have. So that's what I have at this moment. Thank you.
Victor?
Sure. I mean, the way I look at this, both the businesses and the restaurants have to coexist, and I think there is a benefit for both the restaurants and the businesses. I know sometimes when I look at the problem, I say, you know, if we didn't have any restaurants down there, how would all the businesses do? And they probably, you know, they might survive. But excuse me.
Just go, keep
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, they would survive. They would survive. I don't know how well they would do. You know, maybe they would do well. I don't know, but I think there's the restaurants themselves do allow for to bring more people into the downtown area and bring more business. I know. Just as my personal experience is that. When I go downtown, I go to the restaurants down there, you know, with family or friends, you usually do go into a business and stop and buy something. So people shop when they go down there to the restaurants. I think there is a way for them to both flourish working together. I think the model that we have right now doesn't address that. It doesn't get to the root. How do we design programs that help both of them survive? And that's what we're really looking for. I think when we look at the rules that were created in COVID, they were done expeditiously without any of the thought about even basic stuff like giving notice to neighbors that we're going to be covered up by the businesses. And that should have been part of the process. Right now, I think we need to look at those kind of things strategically and say, okay, we can't just allow someone a restaurant to say, okay, I'm going to get a parklet and I'll put it wherever I want near my business. There has to be some thought and there has to be a review process that takes into account the interests of the other businesses and their concerns. So I do believe there is a way to draw up plans and rules that allow both to coexist, both of them working together. It will require, in my opinion, you know, design guidelines that we don't have right now. I don't like, I walk down there and every restaurant has a different design. I mean, if we were building a city, you know, with the Spanish city, but none of that would meet the requirements of our codes. So I'd like to see more of a system for those that are there when they repair or replace or improve, that, you know, we have some kind of consistent design that is consistent with the city downtown business area, and that's part of like looking at the shape and the kind of furniture, the railings. I think we do need to take a look at that as we're moving forward. I also like the fact that when we collect fees for this, I think a lot of it, since we're taking up the parking, has to go back to finding additional parking. We've lost a lot of parking. Andy and I went down there and looked at a couple of places where we had parking, and for some reason they put a chain up and no longer allow cars to park there. So I think a consistent, dedicated effort of staff to find more parking is possible. There's a lot of businesses that used to be, I think particularly real estate companies that used to be down there. People don't work down there in real estate companies anymore. They work from home, but a lot of those buildings are still there. They have, you know, some of those have 6, 7 spaces. They may be willing to lease those spaces out. The city could acquire some of those spaces, lease them out, and that would be more parking that way. But we need to do a good job of finding the spaces. Someone mentioned the increase of the trolley. I think we're running, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, we're running all the hours that we can, 7 days a week, year round. So there is trolley access from the outlets that people could use, and we're expanding that even further, right?
Mayor, with your difference, we can expand it. It would be just an additional cost to the city, but we can expand it. Right now, what we're doing is maximizing the share that we get from OCTA, but we could expand it, correct.
We talk about an employee parking lot. You know, I do know some of the businesses complain to me about a lot of employees parking downtown. It's a problem. I know that a lot of employees use the parking lot where there isn't a limit. And we have 2 parking lots that don't have limits. We don't like to publicize that too much, but that's where a lot of the employees park, and that takes up a lot of space. We're also going to do more enforcement on Del Mar over the coming several months. The kind of enforcement that should teach us some lessons about, whether moving traffic in and out helps the situation, at least help us make a better decision about how we move forward. Someone mentioned the idea of a kiosk. It's pretty good idea. That way people could find the places that they need, because we really do want both restaurants and other businesses to thrive in downtown. I think, as my colleague says, there's, it must be thriving because, people can't find parking downtown, but there is a need for the more parking. I think we've got to get that done as soon as possible, finding those spaces. So those are my thoughts on it right now.
Mark?
Actually, yeah, it's some great thoughts all around. As I'm looking at this, I think we need to separate this into 2 different issues. One issue is, and they're interlinked, they're interconnected, but I think we need to discuss them separately. One is the issue of the parklets themselves. The other is a long-term strategy of parking in general in downtown. Maybe that's something we do as a future agenda item of discussing our long-term parking strategy for this area, which I think we need to have a much longer, vigorous conversation. What do we want our parking situation to look like in 2 years, in 5 years, in 20 years? And what do we as a city have to do to get there? And that may be a parking structure, it may be increasing of trolley system. There's a lot of things we as a council can discuss how the future of this might look. But I think that is a longer conversation. Now, the issue tonight is mainly on the parklets themselves, and yes, they're intertwined. As I look at it, I see that we're a victim of our own success. Right? The parklets have done so much to bring in so much foot traffic to Del Mar. When I was growing up here on a Friday or Saturday night, downtown was dead. There is no one there, and there's plenty of parking, but maybe not for the right reasons. And so now there isn't. And I'll say, like, I'll go downtown and I'll have a meal with my wife, and after that we will go to Oliver's and get some olive oil after that. Where normally I wouldn't even visit that store, except that I happen to be there because I am eating. And so these things are interlinked. Now, there are issues, absolutely, and I think we can find some amenable solutions and compromises that can make all parties happy, but not all parties, not everyone's going to get exactly what they want. That's how compromises work. So as I look at it, I think the number of 30 spots, as it is right now, is more than enough. I don't think we need to increase that anymore. I think we can cap it at 30 and stop that. Just an idea of going to 42, I don't think we need. Looking forward, I think the idea of either doing a lottery system or a wait list for those parklets for new restaurants coming in, that might be something to consider. Also, the idea of those areas that are blocked, some of the storefronts that are blocked, maybe there's a way to allow some of their signage in front of the parklets themselves. So as people are driving by, they can see the signs for the storefronts. I'm just spitballing here on different ideas of how to make it so that more of these businesses that feel like they aren't getting proper exposure, have more exposure. And maybe that comes from a kiosk, maybe it comes from signs on the parklets themselves, but spitballing some ideas here of what we can do. Yeah, let's see. I think I had one more thing. I also really like the suggestion that you had here of squaring these off, making them more uniform, and then allowing more spaces for either e-bike parking or for golf cart parking, some smaller parking available for our residents that, out-of-towners aren't going to be driving their e-bikes or their golf carts to Del Mar. And so that makes it available for more of our residents there. And I also, of course, love the idea of expanding our trolley and our trolley system, having more public access. How we use these funds, either to support that or to use the funds from the parklets to perhaps support a larger project, a longer-term project of creating a parking area behind the library might be an idea. I think there are solutions, but I think we need to do a deeper dive on our long-term strategy for parking there as we simultaneously tackle the short-term issue of the parklets.
Well, yeah, I think we've gleaned that it's a two-pronged fork. It's the parklets that we're talking about and ultimately the parking. I'm sorry I missed you, Chris, when I was walking down there. Luckily, I saw Brenda. I was out actually down there with staff due to a citizen complaint about one of the most recent parklets, and went down there and were actually talking to the businesses that were mostly hindered by them. And I was under a misunderstanding when this was all done originally in 2020, and then even when it was continued. I thought, because Planning Commission had a great deal to do with the planning of these parklets. Actually, there was a standardization that came out of the Planning Commission originally. It's just that we've done no review or enforcement since then, so that some of them kind of gone away more than others, at least, been more invasive than others. So I thought that they had to go to design and review and put in a permit, and somebody looked at it, and they built it, and somebody looked at it. Come to find out, you do it online. You don't even have to come to City Hall to get an approval for a parkette. You just go online, and you've got it. The idea, I think, finding out now that 7 of our businesses were so much in the rears, some of them I think one's $27,000 in the rear. Well, we apparently don't need this many parkettes. I think we cap it at 27 if we're thinking about a cap, which is what it is right now, and then go to your lottery system or whatever. Comments were made. Yes, if a clothing shop wants to go and add 200 square feet to their store, they can't do it. It's just the restaurants, and that's not right, especially when the parkettes for the restaurants completely invade on the neighboring businesses. That can't be a thing. You just can't go and build anything that's going to block your neighbor's business front, unless, like staff said, or maybe you go and, if your neighbor doesn't mind, it's okay. It's interesting. The most recent parkette, a business that's, could you put up the shoe store and the taco shop one? Very discouraged. This is what actually brought me down there. When we see the slides, you'll see from the street that not only is the little shoe store completely blocked, but there's also call it an arcade. There's an eating area right there that's completely blocked off that you can't even see. And I talked to the guy at the shoe store, and he said, yeah, when they started building this, I actually went to the next building up, the clothing store, and said, hey, would you mind if they move this up a little bit so I'm not completely blocked? And the lady at the clothing store said, it's not going to block my front. Yeah. And they couldn't make a deal with the restaurant owner. He said, no, I've already got my plan. This is what I'm doing. If there was some kind of review process originally, this never would have happened. So we've got the olive oil store, we've got the shoe store, and we've got Trestle's clothing that's being completely blocked by these parklets. And that's got to go, no matter what. Footprint squaring off, that's what they need to do. They're going to be a smaller space. We can charge less for them if their square footage is less. Absolutely. But we'll add e-bike parking and not be blocking any businesses. I think that's probably a good compromise. So bringing that forward. Now let's talk about the parking. We have a pilot program coming in. Brian, when are they supposed to start? Next week. Ace Parking, the biggest parking enforcement agency probably in the United States, is coming in here to enforce our 2-hour parking. It's going to be nice in that I believe it's going to move parking spaces around. There'll be more parking. Eventually, there'll be no more tickets, though, because people will just all comply. Also, the community center is all-day parking. That's That's crazy. I mean, why isn't 3-hour parking at the community center? I mean, more parking spaces. We do have people just parking there all day. So if we can get some movement, I think we're going to see a difference. Is that going to solve our problem? No, I think it's going to manage it in the short term. I think we can do employee parking lots, absolutely. We can do a better trolley. If we even had a express trolley from the outlets right on down to Del Mar and back again. So they're not making numerous stops all over the city. We can get people in tune to parking there and coming down to Del Mar. Long-term parking, I even talking to some of the businesses down there, I was amazed at how many people said, charge a couple of bucks an hour for parking. What the heck? It's going to get at least people, okay, I've got so much time and I'm going to move. And if we used all of that money, let's say in the future we decided to charge a menial amount for parking, and we're the only beach city that doesn't, we could use all that money to improve our trolley, to maybe acquire other parking lots. And so maybe even find a way to do a parking structure, which I think ultimately is what we need. And I know that city manager is investigating. Ace Parking says they have some developers that do those kind of things, and we need to get in touch with them and see if there's some practicality to it. So it's been kicked down the road for a while only because it hasn't been an issue. Now it's an issue and we need to address it. And I think we can come to a compromise. I think we can improve on our parking almost immediately and come up with a long-term plan. We have a parking study. It's about to be published. Hopefully we'll glean some great info on that. And we can keep our restaurants and keep the vibrant vibe that we have going. And I will tell you that the people I talked to who were being invaded, they said the same thing. It'd be great if my place wasn't blocked, but admittedly, the activity down there and the pedestrian activity is improved by the parkettes. So
I'm going to try and make a motion that compartmentalizes the two first sections that separate out the temporary parklet dining and the minor grading permits. And I think I can do that. So the first section, I'm going to move that we approve the major streamlining actions, including the reworking of the zoning administrator review, the restoring of the appeals process, the sign permit simplification, the landscaping exemption provisions, the condominium conversion provisions, the small subdivisions provisions, and secondly, that part of yes.
I recommend that the council member consider introducing and conducting a first reading of the ordinance with or without changes.
That's what he meant to say.
Rather
What I
than bringing a
said.
motion.
Just misheard. That's what he said.
I was second.
Well, no, I'm not, and the second part, the three key cleanup amendments, the encroachment permits, the subcommittee updates, and the permit consolidation provisions, those 9 provisions, and then we'll address separately the planning commission recommendations regarding temporary dining and minor grading permits.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you understand the bifurcation?
Thank you, Mayor. Just so I'm clear, we are working on introducing the ordinance, and then we are going to consider planning commission. No changes to the ordinance introduction. Yes, then we are clear. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cabral. Was it a second by Councilmember Wu?
Question about the motion.
Yes.
Did that include the grading, the 250?
No, the grading and the temporary parklets are,
The grading separate.
yeah.
Everybody understand that? The grading and the parklets are separate. Have a motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, so now do you want to bifurcate the grading from the parklets also?
Well, let's try that, because that'll make it easier. The minor grading permits provisions, I do think we could send that to the committee for further review to see if they have a recommendation to the city council on what would work, given the testimony that we've heard today about minor grading permits that should be expeditiously considered when we can, whether there's enough discretion already or whether we need more discretion. I think based on the conversation this evening, you could come up with recommendations and a proposal.
Yes, I think if that's the direction, I just want to clarify, you'd like us to take something back to the Planning Commission for their review and
Well,
recommendation?
I don't think it has to go back to planning. I think you've already, the planning's already made their
Well,
recommendations.
you did say go back to the committee, but you meant.
I
staff.
meant to staff, yeah.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Just clarification,
Yeah.
because one of the things I heard was that by them taking a look at it, it may come back more cumbersome. So is this,
I'm not directing it to be more cumbersome or less. I actually think, we've also heard comments that, San Clemente is a lot different than the areas of the other two communities. And so it may be just a way to expedite, but not necessarily having a permit process for a small amount of work that's getting done.
So, well,
Second, if that's clear, I'll second the motion.
well, just, yeah, for understanding, if they come back with whatever recommendations, we can pick and choose, and they might have some that are really, really good and some we don't think are so good, and we could deal with it at that
back
time.
with a smorgasbord?
Yeah, of options.
Come back with the menu, we can definitely take direction to look at streamlining
Right.
the process.
Streamlining.
And that might mean that there are no recommendations to streamline. And
I'm going to make a friendly amendment that we send it to the Planning Commission before coming back to the City Council. I think that's the staff's recommendation, and I like the Planning Commission, a more technical agency to look at it before we make a decision.
I would actually second that, because it's another public hearing, it gives them a chance to weed out things there. I think wasn't that the staff's recommendation, to send it back to the?
No, they were.
Oh, well, that wasn't
happy
it?
with the recommendations.
staff was looking for just general direction on whether to initiate amending that portion of the municipal code to allow for a minor grading permit, but we're more than happy to take it to the planning commission for their input first.
The planning commission is going to have to go to our other staff and get the input necessary. I think of the staff.
And it's going to eventually be right back.
And it'll come back to
Right,
us anyway.
right to them, and yeah,
I think just having it straight and come to us will
okay.
be okay.
So there's no
We have
second for the substitute?
There is none.
So we have the motion by Victor, who made the second?
Victor made it, I
Oh, you
seconded
seconded
it.
it.
Okay.
There was no substitute motion, it was a friendly
Friendly
recommendation
amendment.
rejected.
Yeah.
So, okay, okay.
Okay, so now it's a trifurcation. So
Yes.
We understand that?
Yes, I do, but I didn't hear the second on that. So it was motion by Councilmember
Pro
Cabral.
Tem Noblock made the second.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're all there? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Passes 5-0. Now to the trifurcation portion of this. Now, you want to go after this one, Victor? Go
Let you
ahead.
do that one.
I have another comment I'd like to make about the parklet pricing. I'm always a free market guy. I think there is a perfect mechanism. The price is the most efficient mechanism of allocating the asset to the business that can best use it. So I'm not of the opinion that we should lower the price and create an artificial shortage on the need for parklets. And I don't think we should froze the number at the 13 right now. That would deprive other restaurants to have the opportunity to have parklet unless some parklet is demolished and make up the room for them. So that's all.
Well, that's something we can probably discuss when they bring it back. I mean, I think
Okay.
that certainly is a good consideration. So you understand the concern.
So I'll try and articulate a motion. I would send it back, this matter back to staff to develop options for the city council to consider. I would say design guidelines for these parklets, including, rules, a more thorough and robust rules and regulations, enforcement of the collection of the fees, a monitoring, of the rules for the parklets over time, so that there is an enforcement proceeding, so that we're just not forgot. I think we should also include a process more robust that gives notice and a review to neighboring businesses that are impacted by the parklets. And I think we also talked about squaring them off if we can. More parking for bikes and also design, and carts, and also the beautification of some of those. Those are the kinds of, you've heard, those are the kind of things that I'd like to see come back with options.
Second, with the friendly amendment to also to include the minimization of the blockage of visibility. I'm sorry. Also to include to minimize the blockage of visibility to neighboring businesses.
I would ask a friendly amendment to, in this analysis, have the staff consider currently a maximum or reduction in the spaces from 30 to even a lower number, and have proper spacing between them so that we don't have multiple units crowding together that blocks off the retail. So less spaces, proper placement, with proper placement being considered. And I'd like to include that in your motion.
Included, both.
You accept that too?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think, Adam, you've heard from the public comments and the council. I think you probably have a pretty good idea what the direction you need to investigate, or Zach, is it pretty clear what the direction we're kind of looking for, some possibilities?
I think generally we are clear. Couple questions. Is there any specific desire for a public hearing review of new parklets? Or do we want to maintain, with better design guidelines and a checklist, maintain a staff level approval to keep it a shorter review process?
For me personally, if we actually had a policy that was stringently laid out and then we followed up on it to make sure that it was enforced and adhered to, I'm fine with the staff doing it.
I'm fine with that too, but first bring the policy back so the city council can look at it.
Right.
For example, not to block visibility. Those planters are too tall. They don't need to be that tall, right? So we just give them a height limit and so on. So if those can be implemented, then that concern will be adequately addressed.
Yeah, so staff will put together an ordinance to, for the council's consideration. Things like more notice and review for potential impacts to neighboring businesses. That's going to be a large difference between if that's going to culminate in a public hearing type of review process or a staff level decision. So if a staff level decision is, the council believes that can be achieved through a much tighter set of guidelines and rules, then staff is fine moving in that direction.
I'd like to see the planning commission, that is particularly the design review subcommittee, involved in this one, because I think the current appearance of those parklets are bulky, they're ugly, they're large, they're unsightful. When I drive down Del Mar and I see these things, I'm not saying that's a beautiful location, this looks great, I'm thinking that looks crummy. So design is huge, and more Parisian style, as opposed to what we, COVID emergency style.
What is the version of a?
Yeah, well, maybe berets would be appropriate, but better than this.
What is the
bulky thing.
version of a Spanish colonial parklet?
Well, especially we're making it a little more permanent, at least until 2029. We can ask them to use glass or wrought iron and so on, so it looks better and doesn't block anything. And to address your specific question,
Just the design,
whether we should ask the applicant, whether we should have the applicant to gain the owners of business on either side of the park to agree to that, I don't think so. I think the government needs to maintain that, the power to make that decision. We definitely want to inform them and encourage them to participate in the process. But I don't think that they need, we should allow the neighboring business to veto an application like that.
Mr. Mayor, we have a motion and a second. There was a question, I think, regarding the motion that staff asked about bringing it back just to staff or to have review by the planning commission. Was there a resolution on that? The motion?
Well, to me, staff is fine if they work with just set guidelines.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thought?
Well, my thoughts are that this is a design essential concept, that if the staff can come up with something that's clean, that's visually attractive, that's Spanish Village Parisian, if you will. But the current look, to me, is like Yucksville.
Yeah, well, I think he's asking about the public hearing. So when all this comes back, you do this as a public hearing when it comes back to council with all the recommendations? That's not a problem.
Yeah, no, that's
right?
not a problem. I just want to make sure that consideration's deep. And my thinking was the design review subcommittee may have some additional input, but I have no problem with bringing it back to council. I just want to make sure that
Let's bring.
whatever
We
we
should
have,
let
if
the design
anything,
review.
is clean and sharp and good looking. And right now, I'm
Well,
just not.
the design is going to be set. It's not going to be what it is now. There's going to, I assume that we'll accept something that this is the model that you have to adhere to, or you're not going to build it. This is it. You're not going to have choices.
Well, we should have this DRC, Design Review Subcommittee, to review the new design guideline.
That's fine.
We're not really designers, so.
I have no problem with the motion, including the design review subcommittee.
Right.
But I can live,
Okay.
if that sort of input is obtainable by staff, I have no problem with staff bringing that back to us.
Okay. And then it's going to come back as a public hearing.
Then I withdraw my request to do the design review
But
subcommittee.
it may be.
That might be
they
one of the
could-
recommendations.
They could certainly go ask them, right?
Okay, so are we kind of,
Are you clear? Just to clarify, if staff is going to work on new design guidelines, our preference would be to take it to the design review subcommittee to get their input before bringing back the ordinance
That's-
to.
We don't have to go to planning commission, but design review needs
design
to
review?
take a look at it.
That's good.
That sounds great.
Now, with that understanding, we have a motion by
Consensus, yeah.
Cabral, a second by Pro Tem Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Passes 5-0. We'll take about a 7-minute break.
okay with the compromise too, you know what I mean? Like what? Gotta be happy with it. It's hard to say.
Okay, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is public hearing to consider a resolution to reduce the SC Rides program subsidy rate and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And we have Assistant City Engineer Zach Ponson here to present.
Assistant City Engineer. Excuse me.
I opened the public hearing.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Council. Zach Ponson, your Assistant City Engineer. Megan, I do have a couple slides. I'll be very quick tonight on a presentation. I have extra slides in case there's questions, and obviously available for any follow-up questions. So tonight in front of you, we have a resolution to reduce the SC Rides subsidy rate. Recently, we came to Council, and Council directed staff to look at all of our transit programs and look for ways to maximize the grants that we're getting, but also maximize our efficiency with them for cost savings also. So tonight, during that January council meeting, council did authorize staff, directed staff to come back with looking at a reduced subsidy. Currently, the SC Rides program, for a little background, is it's operated by Lyft, and it's a ride share service where you call in a ride and you got to be picked up and dropped off anywhere between a quarter mile from the former bus routes that were canceled by OCTA. So the OCTA did give the city a grant for this program that operates through 2030/31, and we share cost with this at a 50-50 cost share program. And right now, the subsidy rate is the rider pays the first $2, OCTA and the city share the next $9, and then the rider would pay anything else above that. We have about 3,200 riders a year that utilize this program. It's gained in popularity as it's continued to be more well-known and with more parking problems throughout the town. And so as a cost-saving measure, staff's recommending a subsidy reduction down to $5. That $5 will be split 50-50 with OCTA. Overall, Megan, I do have a slide for the next one that kind of gets into some of the cost. The existing program, that's the cost share that we just broke down. The proposal would be the rider still pays the first $2, we share the next $5, and then the rider pays everything above that. Next slide, please. The fiscal impact, right now that program at 3,200 rides a month at its latest few months gets us close to 40,000 rides a year. That's costing the city, the entire program, close to $350,000. OCTA's cap is $150,000, which means the city's paying close to $200,000 in general fund a year to continue this program. Under the proposed subsidy reduction down to $5 a ride, under the same amount of ridership, we're looking at a program that would then cost about $200,000 a year and costing the city roughly about $100,000. Next slide, please. Staff's recommending approval of this resolution that will declare it exempt from CEQA, and reducing that reduction rate will have to go back through a second hearing, and the operator, Lyft, says that they cannot start that immediately after that goes into effect. I do have one more slide that gets into, I think that's the next one. So this is if you some of the benefits of the $5 subsidy allows the program to get more riders. So let's say if we still wanted to maximize the $150,000 OCTA grant and contribute your share of 50%, at a $5 subsidy, we can afford to increase this program up to 60,000 rides a year. So that gives us some wiggle room to start off a program with a nice low number. If we're not seeing that subsidy, those increase in riderships, or if we actually start seeing a decrease in riderships, we can always come back and raise a subsidy rate. But staff's recommending starting at a nice low one and then raising it over in time, instead of starting high and then fluctuating it up and down randomly. So with that, staff's available for questions.
Any questions for staff?
I do. So the rider would pay the first $2, followed by the subsidy paid by OCTA in the city, and then the rider will pay anything above $11. This is the existing arrangement. What is the average cost of the entire ride?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Do you have a ballpark?
I'd hate to even venture to guess. I'm assuming probably closer to $7, $8, $9, $10 a ride.
7, 8, 9, 10. So you're saying that an average ride, the rider would have paid the $2, then the
I
rest
mean,
of the-
ultimately, the riders on Lyft is dependent on the time of the day, how far they're going, if there's competition during that time of the week. So ultimately, that average ride is going to differ per day. It's going to differ per season. But ultimately, are they utilizing that full cost share amount? They're probably coming pretty close to it. Anytime I get a Lyft, it's costing me at least $15 to go anywhere in town. So most of these people are probably capping out, and it's costing them that $2 plus anything above the 11. So it's probably costing them still close to $5 or $10 on their share under the current program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions to staff? Close the public hearing. Call the question.
No, I was going to make a motion. Go ahead. I'll move we adopt Resolution 26-47.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Passes unanimous. Did you get the first and the second?
Mayor,
Yes.
I did.
I had some comment.
Oh. Okay. Well, public hearing is still closed. You have a couple of brief comments?
Do we need to withdraw the?
Well, I mean,
motion and the
we can-
second and the passage to?
Sure,
those Comments?
let's go ahead and withdraw the motion and the vote.
You want to bring a motion for reconsideration? Is that what you're?
Sure.
I'll move we withdraw the motion. All in favor?
Aye. Okay, and your comments?
Thank you. If you can just check with every council member, make sure that they don't have comments.
You spoke, though.
No.
Yeah, I
well,
thought you made your comments.
No,
I'm sorry.
no. I just asked a question.
Okay.
So by looking at the proposed subsidy, we're lowering the subsidy from $9 to $5, and the result is that we expected to use $96,000. That's much lower. That's only about 2/3 of the OCTA's match. So it looks like we're not taking full advantage of OCTA's match. I would like us to consider just lowering it to $7. So the OCTA in the city will split that $350 plus $350. Based on the same ridership, 38,400, that would put us at 135,000 each for the city and for the OCTA, which is much closer to the 150 maximum match they offer to us, still not exceeding it. I think if the money is on the table by the OCTA, we ought to we ought to take full advantage of it as much as we can. The only downside is if our ridership continue to rise beyond $40,000, we may exceed $150,000 again. But I think given that we're lowering the subsidy, therefore the out-of-pocket cost goes up slightly by riders, the ridership doesn't seem to go up. Ideally, it should go down slightly. So I don't have much of a concern. If the ridership goes up substantially, we're exceeding that 150,000 maximum, then we bring it back and reduce our subsidy again. I always want to try to maximize the OCT's, anyone's grant as much as possible for the benefits of our residents.
Could you put up one of Zach's slides again to what Councilmember Wu was addressing?
Probably the third slide,
And maybe,
the third graph. Keep going a little bit.
okay, so explain this to me again here. What are we doing? This is the current, and this is the proposed. What are you,
No,
change
this,
that? Go back one? Okay.
yeah.
Is this it? Okay. So,
The existing one, OCTA as a maximum match is 150,000. We are spending, it's 50-50%, but anything beyond that is out of the city's pocket. So we're spending $195,600. If we were to lower it to $5 as proposed, OCTA's match will be lowered to $96,000. The city will be also at $90,000, which means we're leaving money on the table from OCTA. We cannot really carry over those money to the next year. So my point is we should maximize that 150,000 match.
I guess my concern, though, is looking at that number of the existing from 195,600 to 96,000. So that city cost per year, what would the city cost per year be if it were at $7 instead of $5? It would, was about 135. So I think this is something that I don't think it's a bad idea, but at this point, I'm going to trust on the staff, on their proposal, and then if it comes back and these numbers need to switch, I think it can come back and we can readjust it to $7 if we need to.
because
I would make the same motion.
yeah, the city's saving 40,000 a year, this with what staff's proposing.
Yeah, just because you have money doesn't mean someone's giving you money, doesn't mean you have to spend it. It's
Well-
taxpayer money.
Right, we're saving 40,000 of taxpayers' money, and we can always bring it back no matter
Yeah.
what, if the
Yeah,
ridership
so
changes.
I'm not opposed, like, let's try it out at 5, and then if you think there needs to be an adjustment and you would see a potential benefit to the city at $7 instead of $5, bring it back to the council and let's take a look at it.
Okay.
Especially if our ridership maybe decreases because of this.
Right.
But if it starts going up, that's where we're just gonna end up in the same spot type of
Yeah.
thing, so.
let's do
We'll
it.
definitely keep an eye on it, if that's,
Yeah, good point.
Unless there are any more comments, I'll move we adopt Resolution 26-47.
And we had a second by Victor before? Same? Same? Oh, okay, well, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, no, passes 5-0.
thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Next item on the agenda is the State of the Beach presentation by Leslie Meyerhoff and Greg Huron with the principal engineer with Coastal Frontiers.
Do we have public comments on this?
We do have one public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to give you the state of the beach in San Clemente. This is an informational item, so there's no action required on your behalf tonight. Part of this presentation will be given by Greg. He's going to give the details on the Shoreline monitoring program, and I'm going to start with the 30,000-foot view of the San Clemente Beach Management Program. So it's really founded on a philosophy that we treat the beach like critical public infrastructure that it is, natural infrastructure. And that very much like our parks and our sewers and our roads, the beach requires investment and maintenance on an ongoing basis. We've heard from some of the coastal engineers that the beaches are in a sediment deficit condition, and the range is anywhere from 2 million cubic yards to 9 million cubic yards of sand that is needed to be added to the beaches to restore the beach to 250 feet wide, or something less than that, depending on the community preference. So my job as the coastal administrator has been to develop a suite of projects for the city, both looking to solve current erosion problems and also to look forward to 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, even beyond that. If you're a tribal member, you will be looking 7 generations out. So The goal here is to look backwards to see where we've been successful and to look forward to future trends, future conditions, and then make decisions based on that. All of the projects that we have in development are reliant on science. This is very much a science-grounded program. We prepared a sea level rise vulnerability assessment and a companion coastal resiliency plan quite a few years ago. I believe maybe 6 and 5 years ago, those documents were prepared, and they really set the stage for what the beach was going to look like if the rising sea level predictions take place. Even if they don't, we have a critical erosion problem right now. And so part of the focus is to address that and also, again, to look forward to the future. The goal here is to have programs that are supported by the community, supported by the city leaders, and also endorsed by community members. So all of the efforts that you'll hear about this evening are ones that we have vetted with the community in multiple ways over several years, and we think we have a lot of support for these programs. One important note is that all of these programs require funding. That's no surprise. And we've been pretty successful in writing grant applications and obtaining grant funds, and then managing those projects using the grant funds and delivering those usually under budget or on budget and on time. So we have an opportunity here to plan for the future and move away from reacting to emergencies and really taking a bigger picture view of what is the vision that the community has for its beaches. So there's a few other items after this item that describe some of these projects in detail, including the offshore sand source investigation, which will be up next. And then the shoreline monitoring program, you're going to hear results from that from Greg in just a moment. And then we have contract renewal for that on item 10C. And then item 10D is grant applications for the Army Corps project and also the nature-based adaptation project. I'm going to talk briefly just on SCOOP, the recent success we've had there. And I think you're all aware of the Sandag Regional Beach Sand 3 project that's in preliminary feasibility phase. That should be moving forward in a couple of years. We know OCTA is going to be bringing some sand to the city in a couple of years too. So a lot of really great things happening in San Clemente. I'm very happy to be a part of all of this. So in terms of SCOOP, a couple years ago, you provided direction to me to re-permit the SCOOP program that had been inactive. So we have completed that. We did that last year. We came in under budget, several $100,000 under budget, and on time. We now have a program that is fully permitted by all the regulatory agencies. It's been through full environmental review under both CEQA and NEPA. And if we have funding, we can place up to 300,000 cubic yards of sand over the next 10 years. So that's a total of 3 million cubic yards of sand. We can source sand from the Santa Ana River, potentially the Prado Dam, and of course local quarries, and basically any compatible inland sand source. We also have a beach attendance and visitor study that we're doing. This is funded by a small grant from the Coastal Commission. We've got surfline cameras analyzing the number of people that come to the beach, people on the beach, in the water, and we're calculating that with some Placer AI data that is going to tell us how many people come to the beach, where do they come from, how much time do they spend at the beach, and we'll have a better estimate of the fiscal impact of those beach visitors. We can also use these surfline cameras for monitoring both pre and post construction for any beach sand project as well. So just want to show a couple of before and after photos and some real success stories that we've had along the beach in the last couple of years by adding sand. So keep in mind, we've only added about, 250,000 cubic yards, maybe a little bit more, over the last 2 years. It has made a significant difference. And even though this is only about 5% of what the engineers say you need, you can see that the sand has been very effective at protecting the critical public infrastructure on the beach, such as the base of the pier in this photo. And this sand is from the Army Corps project built in 2024. Yes.
If you can go back to that previous slide, just for people that are unfamiliar with our beaches, the sand that was there before is the lighter color, and the sand that we brought in is the darker color. So you can kind of see the difference by the color of the sand.
Thank you. That's a really good point. Here we can see the Marine Safety Headquarters before any sand was added to the beach in the photo on the left. Very dramatic difference that the presence of sand makes to protect that critical building along the beach. So that's probably, 10 feet of sand that's been added in that location. Also at North Beach, 2 years ago, we built an emergency project at North Beach, 37,000 cubic yards trucked in from the Santa Ana River. And in this photo, you can see the public safety building on the beach with the restrooms on the back, formerly the concession stand. In the photo on the left, you've got direct wave run-up onto that building. We've lost, I think, the perimeter railing of that building. With the addition of the sand, that building, the playground, the restrooms, all of that infrastructure is now protected simply by adding the sand. One more photo here showing the staircase at, I think this is DA Court. So before the sand was added and then after, you've got significant sand thickness there protecting that public access way to the beach. So again, just a recap of where we've been, what we've done, and you'll hear more about where we're heading in just a few moments. Now I'm going to turn it over to Greg to present the results from the Shoreline Monitoring Program.
Thank you, Leslie. So we're going to talk about the results of your most recent shoreline monitoring program this evening. I will start with a little bit of background or reacquaint you with your program because it's been, I think, 2 years since I've been here. And then we'll go over the findings, specifically the current condition of the beaches as of fall 2025. And then we'll talk about post-nourishment changes from that Corps of Engineers project. I don't know why I keep going forward. And then we'll take a step back and look at the long-term shoreline evolution along the beaches and then talk about future activities. So the regional setting, the study area goes from Dana Point to San Mateo Point. This is the northern portion of the Oceanside littoral cell. It's about 7.5 miles long. Highly developed shoreline, as you know, limited natural sediment supplies and infrequent beach nourishment historically, a complex wave climate, and longshore sediment regime. A brief overview of beach nourishment. There's about over 2 million cubic yards placed on the beaches in this region prior to 1970. A lot of it came from San Juan Creek, Camp Pendleton Terrace deposits, Dana Point Harbor. But more recently, there's been a lot less nourishment. From 2000 to present, we had the projects at North Beach, most notably the 37,000 cubic yards that Leslie noted in 2024. Orange County Parks has placed about 65,000 cubic yards up in Doheny and Capo Beach region, also coming from Santa Ana River, the same source as your North Beach material. And then the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project, just under 200,000 placed in 2 episodes during 2024. Upcoming, the Corps of Engineers project, as you know, is slated to continue with about 250,000 cubic yards every 6 years. OCTA is currently in the planning phases for about 540,000 cubic yards. The Sandag Regional Beach Sand 3 project feasibility study that Leslie had mentioned currently includes a placeholder for about 1.6 million cubic yards for San Clemente beaches. And then finally, the SCOOP program that Leslie had just talked about allows the placement of up to 300,000 cubic yards per year if and as it becomes available.
In that recent category, it says 57,000, you mean 37,000, typo.
There was some done in 2000.
Oh, there were 2005, 2016, 2024 was the 37,000.
Okay, so it's a sum.
And then OCTA actually added, about 3,000 in 2025. Okay, the shoreline monitoring program. We are measuring changes in the shore zone so that we can evaluate and plan shoreline projects and document the impact of natural events like an El Nino or on longer term scale sea level rise. We look at 12 sites between Doheny State Beach and Cottons Point, and we're doing fall and spring beach profile surveys. These are the locations of our beach profile transects. They extend from the back of the beach out to about 45 feet of water. We're essentially getting a cross-section of the beach here, and I'll show you an illustration of that next. There's a lot of historical data available on these lines. The Corps of Engineers surveyed 6 of them back in the 80s, and then the city started a program in 2001 which added an additional 6 transects. And then that went through 2007, and the city started their program back up in 2022. And most recently, OCTA added 7 additional sites in this region, which are not shown on this map, and we won't talk about the results here, but that'll come into play in the future. And we've also used some publicly available LiDAR data to help fill some of the gaps. So again, a beach profile survey, we're measuring the cross-section of the beach with 2 different methods, and the offshore measured with sonar and GPS, and the onshore piece measured with traditional land surveying equipment and a swimming rod person. So again, a cross-section of the beach, and from that we can calculate beach widths, we can calculate the volume of sand at that location and whatnot, and keep track of those metrics. That'll give us information on the health and condition of the beach. So let's jump into findings. Again, we'll talk about the current condition, how the beach changed after the Corps of Engineers nourishment was placed, and then step back and look at the long-term evolution of your beaches. So this figure is showing the fall 25 beach widths as the blue line, and you can see the transect locations on the bottom with Doheny State Beach on the right and Cottons on the left. And the gray area is the range of historical fall beach widths that's been measured for the period 1983 to 2024. And so what you see here is in the northern part of the study area, Doheny through Mariposa Point, we have historically narrow beaches. It's about as narrow as we've seen during this entire 40-something year period. At Cottons, similar situation, about as narrow, historically narrow beaches there as well. At North Beach and Linda Lane, our beaches are about average beach width. And then in the Pier Bowl to San Clemente State Beach area, we have above average beach widths. And part of that is attributable to that Corps of Engineers nourishment, but it's also a larger trend that those beaches have been growing also. We can take those beach widths and calculate beach areas. It's an important figure to understand the carrying capacity of beaches for recreation, and also how much is available to buffer storms. So we've taken those beach widths from all the surveys dating back to the 1990s and calculated beach area, and showing it for each year to 2025. And we can see that we have about 60 acres of beach in the city jurisdiction, but we've been losing about 3 acres per decade, or 0.3 acres per year. Now the outcome of the, I'm not doing this, it's going on its own, I just keep going backwards. So the outcome of the nourishment that the Corps of Engineers placed, we're looking at the beach profiles at T Street on the top and Lost Winds on the bottom. And the two profiles to keep an eye on are the blue one, that's October 2023, and that's effectively pre-nourishment condition. And then the next ones that follow are successive post-nourishment conditions, because it was done in April and then again in October. But you can see the heavy black line is October 25, and you can see it's much wider and much more sand up on the upper beach than in October 2023. And then at Lost Winds, you don't see that the gains there occur until October 2025. So I think materials kind of moved down to the Lost Winds area in the first year after nourishments, and that's that bulge kind of near the mean high water line. So we can look at a time series of beach widths at both of those locations also, and we can see it at T Street, the top. Beach widths were increasing historically, but it's those last 3 points at the very end of the chart that are showing the condition of the beach after beach nourishment. So we have pretty close to historically wide beaches at T Street right now. And then at Lost Wind, a similar trend of increasing beach widths, but it's those last 2 points, that jump at the end shows that material from the placement site has moved down to the Lost Winds area near the volleyball courts. So let's take a longer term look at what's been happening on your beaches. So this graphic is showing the net beach width change from 2001 to 2025, with red indicating erosion and green indicating accretion or shoreline gain. Again, the right-hand side is Doheny State Beach, moving to the left to Cottons, and you can see the large areas of red indicating erosion of up to 100 feet up at Doheny State Beach. Similarly, down at Cottons Point, lost almost 150 feet during that 24-year period. But in that Pier Bowl and State Beach area, we show gains approaching 50 to 75 feet. Again, some of that is from the Corps of Engineers nourishment. Others is there's been a long-term trend of gains in that area. So to summarize, your beach is now ranging from 0 to 200 something feet, the 200 being there at T Street, the 0 at places like DeHay Court and Cottons. And we have about average beach widths historically at North Beach and Linda Lane, and we're above average in the Pier Bowl, so T Street through State Beach. The Corps of Engineers material, we can still see it in the data. You can still see it when you're out there on the beach, as Leslie has showed in her photos. So we've sustained those gains at T Street over the first year, and we are seeing migration of that material to the immediately adjacent beaches like Lost Winds, and I didn't show it, but you can see it up at Linda Lane as well. In long term, we're seeing these large losses at the northern end of the littoral cell, Doheny through Mariposa Point, gains in the Pier Bowl State Beach area, and then large losses again in the Cottons Point area at the south. Looking forward, I mentioned OCTA added 7 transects to this region last fall. My understanding is they plan to continue with that, and that if that is the case, the idea there is that we would take that information OCTA is collecting as well as the city, combine it into one report so we have a more comprehensive repository of the data and an understanding of the beach changes in this region. And we've also got enough data now where we can start calculating the statistical range or depth of closure and calculating shore zone volumes and start tracking volumes as well as beach widths now also. So that's what's planned for the next couple of years. Questions?
Well done, very comprehensive.
Thank you.
I have a very simple question. At the North Beach, we have 2 transects, SC 1700 and SC 1702. They're very close to each other. Looks like they're almost a duplicate. While we're doing that, can we save one?
Yeah, well, I think we could if we wanted to. The reason that there's 2 there is when they started with the opportunistic beach nourishment there, pre-scoop, they wanted 2 transects there to understand what was happening with that material. So one of them dates back to like 2001, the other one only starts in 2006. But I think they do give us very much the same information. That's a place where we could reduce one if we wanted to.
Thank you.
I have a question. Leslie had mentioned that this is science-based, and our goal is to get sand on our beach. And the discussion that we've had over the last few years has been that we're looking for sand within the, actually beyond, within the depth of closure. within the depth of closure.
Outside the depth of closure.
Which is about, what, 35-ish feet?
I think we're gonna do a statistical calculation of that, and my guess is it's gonna come in somewhere, but in some places it's gonna be 20 feet, in other places it's gonna be 30. But we're also kind of sand starved right now too.
My question is, if the logic, as I understand it, is that the sand beyond the depth of closure generally may not come back onto our beaches through migration, north and south, based on the seasons. I guess my question is, if the concern is that sand outside the depth of closure will never come back, but the sand within the depth of closure may come back, has anyone, anywhere, ever looked at the sand within the depth, between the beach and the depth of closure, taking that sand, which is real, it moves, it's real sand, it's not imaginary silt, or it's real sand, and it does move and it does end up on the beach. Has anyone ever looked at taking that sand within that close proximity and capturing that sand to get it back on the shore? The argument I've always heard is, well, it may end up somewhere else. Well, it may or may not, but if we take it and put it on the beach, we know it will end up on the beach. And I guess the arguments I've heard over time is that you're so close to the beach, it's dangerous. The boats might, it's hard to anchor, and you got drift, and there's issues there. Within the whole industry of the science that we're talking about, has science ever looked at that, the sand this side of the depth of closure, and capturing that and literally blowing it back up on the beach through a rainbowing effect or through some other dredging effect and simply pumping it onshore? And I know we're not talking about that, we're not studying it, we're not spending money on it. But my question is, when I stand on the bluffs and look, I can see the sand.
Yeah.
I know it's there, and it'd be nice to grab a gigantic bucket full of it and simply put it back on the beach.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on that?
So in the simplest terms, there's a direct correlation to the volume of sand in the system and the beach width, when the beach has reached an equilibrium state, okay? So if we were to take sand from within the depth of closure and put it up on the beach, it would be kind of like the way the Corps of Engineers project was built, where it's artificially stacked up high on the profile, and it's going to want to equilibrate across the entire profile. So because you're not adding any new sand to the system, you're just artificially perching it up top, right? So it's going to be an even more transient benefit than if you're actually adding volume to the system. So again, we have our sandbox here, and the amount of sand in there dictates how wide our beach is. If we move sand around inside of that sandbox, we're really not long-term going to gain any beach widths. But if we take sand from outside that sandbox, add it into the sandbox, that's when we can actually support
Well, and
beach.
I hear what you're saying. The problem is that's an assumption that the sand the sand may be coming back. The sand may be lost, so that sandbox may be disappearing on us.
Yeah.
Because it's moving, and the minute it hits the depth of closure, the argument is it never comes back. The question, I guess my point is, that sandbox may not disappear, and that sandbox, it may not disappear.
Right.
And we may have in fact captured it from disappearing. That's my question.
So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. So if we're talking in theoretical, the sand should never go out past the depth of closure. It does.
It does, it's gone forever.
If it does, and when that happens, it might be like the 82, 83 El Nino, like just an incredibly energetic event that changes that dynamic. Where you're losing sand is not necessarily offshore, it's alongshore. It's moving through the city, and as it moves through the city, if there's a net deficit of material leaving the city, say around Cotton's Point, then you're going to lose volume in our sandbox, and then we're going to lose beach widths here. So the only way to increase our beach widths is to increase the volume in our sandbox. Now, that used to be done for us more naturally with river inputs and erosion from bluffs. We get effectively nothing from bluffs now because they're all armored, and the rivers are not providing as much as they did.
I understand your point, and the point I'm trying to make is that the sand, well, the sand that's migrating, once we get it on the beach, it's there. When it's migrating and it may disappear, it may end up on the beach. In Cotton's Point, it's not ending up on the beach at all. If we capture it and put it on the beach, we know precisely where it's at. It's on the beach where people stand and sit and lay their blankets.
Right.
And I'm not saying one is to the exclusion of the other. Clearly, your point is well made that by adding sand, you're complementing, you're adding to the whole structure. But you can do, my question, I guess, is can you do both? Can you add and still capture and place on the?
Yeah, you can, but you're artificially steepening the beach up top, right? And that naturally wants to spread out in a certain profile shape. So it's going to happen much more quickly than if you're adding sand from outside the system. So like the Corps of Engineers project, when they designed this beach nourishment project, they're stuffing all this 250,000 cubic yards on the above water beach out to a depth of about 5 feet. And that's going to quickly equilibrate. You're going to lose a lot of that really quickly as it starts to equilibrate down out to the depth of closure. But then after that happens, you're left with material up high because it's still equilibrated, but you've added volume to the system. And that's one of the difficult things about beach nourishment with public perception is like, wow, you just put 300 feet of beach out and then you lost 150 right away. Well, they knew that was going to happen. They're counting on that equilibration, but without adding that new volume, you're just kind of putting a hat on and it's going to get blown off pretty quick.
Okay, well, I agree, you've got a hat on, but the hat looks pretty good when the hat's being worn.
It does.
And if you're adding sand, that additional nourishment's going to happen as well. I just am wondering why we're not doing both.
You can do both. I mean, that's probably the ultimate Sisyphus operation where you're just always throwing it up on top.
Kind of what we're doing now at the cost, that's kind of what we're doing now at a cost of tens of millions of dollars, and it's still just a longer. I just was curious with your thoughts on it.
That's a fair question and fair discussion.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff?
I have another question. So Greg, help me to understand, maybe clarify, or correct me. So the system, the Capistrano bite system, and the current status is always the result of the natural equilibrium. If we don't add sand into the system, then we can scoop the sand from the near shore back onto the beach face, but it's going to be re-equilibrate. So the dry beach portion will become narrow again. But the system is a leaky system because the sand moves south and it got lost going towards the ocean side and eventually got lost in either the ocean side or harbor or La Jolla submarine canning. So it's not a self-sustainable system. Any import from sand replacement will eventually get lost and they get past the Cotton's Point.
Correct.
So it's a perpetual effort in order to maintain that beach width. And you mentioned that if we have a 1982 El Nino event, some of the sand will get lost offshore, but that's a very minor portion of that. Most of the sand got lost along the longshore transportation.
Yeah, on a year-to-year basis, it's that train of sand moving through the system that's causing your losses and your deficit, and the lack of natural sediment input or other nourishment projects. I mean, when we talked about that nourishment in the prior to the 1970s, 2 million something cubic yards, right when this area was probably really exploding in growth. So the beaches were probably pretty wide and pretty attractive to build some of the infrastructure where it is today. And that 2 million cubic yards is long since gone.
And you estimate that in San Clemente's jurisdiction, a 0.35 acres beach area is lost per year.
Correct. That's just linear regression.
Okay, and that, I did some quick calculation, and that's equivalent to about 13,000 square feet of beach area. Does it sound right?
I'm going to need a calculator for that one. but-
Okay. And then if we were to use 1.5 cubic yard of sand per square foot of beach area, and that translates to about 18,000 cubic yards per year net loss. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I mean, that sounds right. I'm following along with you, but I like to see the numbers and scratch them out myself too.
But in the future, you will have some beach area in your report, so we
Yeah.
know a little.
We're going to include that.
I really appreciate your data your presentation today. It's a wonderful information, so thank you.
Of course, that's what we hope it does, is provide you guys with the information needed
It
to
also-
make informed decisions.
It also gives us the information about the yearly change on every transaction, which your previous report does not have. So I like that information. Thank you.
Great.
Any other questions? No? Next part of your presentation?
We actually do have one speaker on 10A. Amanda Quintanilla?
I've been attending the South Orange County Beach Coalition, and I would have really, it would have been great to have Dr. Brett Sanders come here today to speak as well. Because in the January meeting, he spoke about the research that he's conducted, where he, through using Transact and also USGS maps, he basically determined that he determined all the sand, the width of the beaches from going back to the 1800s to present time. And one of the things that he did say was that that during the harbor, there was a placement of 1.5 million cubic yards of Dana Point Harbor. And I know that number has changed before at the November 2024 Coastal Advisory Committee meeting. He said it was 2 million, and now he said it's 1.5 million cubic yards that were placed in Dana Point Harbor. But one of the concerns is that was raised today is that, we put sand in there, it does go, and we're not going to be able to get that back. And so, but the opportunities are there, though, from what I understand, that at the last South Orange County Beach Coalition meeting, I guess Giles Miles from OC Public Works spoke about the OC sand, OC scoop program, and where they could provide sand, a scoop for any beach cities, state parks, and OC parks. And I think that was different from what Ms. Meyerhoff mentioned about our scoop program, rather than a OC Public Works scoop program. And basically what it does is secure permits to place sand on OC beaches. 2, establishes a standardized mechanism to allow county, city, state to place sand on beaches in need. And he emphasized that it can happen on private beaches such as Cypress Shores and Capistrano Shores. So that was something that was really interesting. And that they could put it in place where there's a series of mitigation measures to be followed to protect environmental resources, and that this could be done where it's basically easier and faster, where approvals are maybe 1 to 2 months. So that's something that there's great strides in what they're doing at the South OC Beach Coalition, and I hope that someone from there could give a report and have Dr. Brett Sanders mention what his research is, and some of it he wasn't able to provide to the members of the public because it's research still.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is item 10B, offshore sand source investigation results and consideration of a resolution approving Phase 2, accepting funding from and approving a cooperative agreement with Metrolink, Southern California Railroad Authority, authorizing an exemption to the formal solicitation process, awarding a contract to Coastal Frontiers for Phase 2 fieldwork, authorizing the city manager to execute related agreements, making related supplemental appropriations, and finding the actions exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll be very brief in my introductory remarks, and then Greg Huron is going to give the results of the first phase of the offshore sand source investigation. So the purpose of this program, which is in progress, we started the program last year, funded by a Coastal Commission grant with some supplemental funding from OCTA. The goal here is to identify 1 or 2 offshore borrow sites that we can utilize to bring sand to the beach for the Army Corps project, for Regional Beach Sand 3 project, for the OCTA projects. So we're looking for large amounts of sand that can sustain a long-term beach replenishment program in San Clemente. We're looking offshore of Orange County from north to south, and we're also looking in northern San Diego County. We're looking for the most promising sites, and you're going to hear more about that tonight. Phase 1 fieldwork was completed in September of last year. Phase 2, we're hoping to get underway as early as June of this year. And I'm happy to say that Metrolink, Southern California Regional Railroad Authority, is also contributing funds to the next phase on the order of $300,000. And then we are hoping to have the final report by the end of the year or early 2027. I'm going to turn it over to Greg to give the results of Phase 1 and talk about Phase 2, and then I can bring it back to the staff recommendation, or in the interest of time, since Laura read all of the action items associated with that resolution, I can defer to you, Mayor. Okay.
Okay, offshore sand source investigation, just an update on the project and what comes next. So this is the vessel that we used for that investigation, and at the time, Mayor Knobloch joined us for one day off at Dana Point, which was great to have him on board to watch what we were doing. So a quick overview of the program, share the Phase 1 findings and then the Phase 2 plan. Again, the objective here is unchanged: locate and verify sand sources as close to the city as possible and in sufficient quantities to support multiple projects. Our key exploration parameters are: we want to look in water depths between about 35 and 60 feet, so outside the depth of closure, and not so deep that it makes dredging more costly and complicated. We want to find areas with sand thicknesses that we can exploit of at least 10 feet thick. And then we want to match San Clemente beaches. And the median grain size, or D50, for San Clemente beaches ranges from about 0.12 to 0.31 millimeters. And we'll come back to that, and I'll remind you of that when we look at the results. So the Phase 1 exploration program started with a desktop investigation. We identified 11 potential candidate borrow sites to explore, and we ranked them from a high probability of finding sand to a very low probability of finding sand. Based on that, we developed an exploration plan, which we executed in September 2025. It was a 10-day VibraCore sampling program, and we looked at 4 sites in South Orange County: Dana Point, San Mateo, San Onofre, and Camp Pendleton. And now I'm just realizing that some of those are in San Diego County, as you pointed out just a moment ago. And then 2 sites in North Orange County: Surfside Sunset and Santa Ana River. And the Surfside Sunset site was looked at the behest of OCTA, who contributed funds to the city to expand the scope of the program. So in one table here are the Phase 1 findings. On the left-hand side, the unsuitable sites that should be eliminated from further consideration or exploration. So that's Dana Point. We took 3 cores there, and the D50 was less than 0.07 millimeters, which is getting pretty close to silt. And there was greater than 50% fines, and fines content in coastal engineering terms is less than the number 200 sieve, which is 0.074 millimeters. So it's silt. San Mateo Point, this is an area that we had high hopes for. We took 4 cores there. The median grain size was less than 0.09 millimeters with a 40% fine content. And then Camp Pendleton, 90% fine content. It came up, it looked like modeling clay. And then again, for reference, when we look at fines content, typically you want to find something with less than 20% fines. 10%, less than 10% fines would be more ideal. The second column is the promising sites. San Onofre, we took 14 cores, a lot of cores because we kept chasing where we thought the good sand was. I think we still need more information there and I'll show you a map here in a minute as to why, but the median grain size there ranged from about 0.08, pretty fine, to 1.65, which is awfully coarse. Ideally, I think we'd want something around 0.3, 0.4, but we'll take some of that coarser sand too. And the fines content in those cores range from 6 to 44%. So you're going to see that it's not a homogeneous site. It's really random for what we were able to explore. On the last day of the field program, we got 2 cores at Santa Ana River, which I'm happy we did because we didn't want to leave that untouched. It had some pretty good sand, about 0.15 to 0.21 millimeters at those 2 cores and less than 10% fines. The last site that we looked at there is Surfside Sunset, 7 cores at that site. And what we found there's some good sand in one corner of this 200-acre box that we explored, and I'll show you a map in a minute. In general, we're looking at median grain sizes of 0.17 to 0.2, so it's compatible with San Clemente beaches. And in general, that material gets finer with depth below the sea bottom. And so at the behest of OCTA, those results were taken to the Southern California Dredge Materials Management Team for a suitability determination, and that was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They gave their approval of that material to be used as beach nourishment material, so now OCTA will look at permitting and engineering phase to potentially use that material for the beach nourishment projects that they have planned in the city of San Clemente. So here is the more detailed results at Surfside Sunset, just so you can see it. The large box is 200 acres. Each of the individual boxes is 10 acres. The red dots are the cores that we obtained. The one black dot is a 2018 vibrocore obtained by the Corps of Engineers that happens to fall within our study area, so we'll use it. And then the contours you see there are contours of median grain size, or D50, ranging from 0.15 millimeters up to 0.3 millimeters. So as the colors are getting darker, the sand's getting coarser. And this is for a hypothetical 5-foot dredge cut, so 5 feet below the sea bottom. So you can see all of our best material is over there on the northwest and southwest sides of this 200-acre box. The pink line is a proposed dredge template or dredge cut there, and that's about 130 acres. And so at the bottom you can see a 5-foot dredge cut would yield about 940,000 cubic yards with an average grain size of 0.2 millimeters. A 7-foot dredge cut, about 1.3 million cubic yards with a slightly less medium grain size because, again, it's getting finer with depth. So that's the material that OCTA is currently looking at right now, or one of the sources. This is the San Onofre Agra site, and you can see the 14 cores that we collected there. And then the green area is the median grain size of at least 0.2 millimeters, ranging all the way up to 1.7 millimeters. And so it's hard to tell at this scale, but it's getting darker in that corner on the grid F1. And then the blue line you see there is where we have less than 20% fines. So it's where those two overlap that is viable for beach nourishment. So it's a thin tongue. And other places there's just too much fines. And so what we found when we were exploring this is the very first core we took, That's the picture that was on the slide that Leslie showed. It was like, wow, we found some good sand. And then the next core was super silty. And so we started methodically exploring the area, trying to find where the best sand was. And we were finding it closer to shore, but we ran out of permittable area to explore on that F row. So we think our expectation is that there's hopefully that this trend will continue and we'll be able to delineate some good suitable sand a little closer to shore and also to the south. And so that is the sand in my hand from the very first core that we pulled there, and that we got us excited. And then it became complicated. So the next step is to acquire the state lands permit for the next phase. That's already been submitted, and I've been told that that's on the April agenda. So I imagine we'll have a permit in hand in about a month or less. And we have to prepare another sampling and analysis plan, which we'll just tear off the one that we've already done, just saying we're going to explore some wider areas, and then go ahead and execute that plan. We'll develop a plan for your approval, but my initial thoughts is we should spend some time at San Onofre because it's 6 miles away. It's the closest site that we have that's showing good promise. We want to understand if we can exploit that site for beach nourishment. I also think Santa Ana River is worth another look. That's where we had 2 cores that were pretty good. It's about 10 miles closer than Surfside Sunset. That's going to make a difference. Huntington Beach, if Santa Ana works, I'd just stick with Santa Ana. It's closer. And then Surfside Sunset, I'm not sure if OCTA may wish to partner with the city again and do some more work up there, or support more work at San Onofre because it'll be a benefit to them as well. The program itself, I think we have the budget currently for a 5 to 7 day program. We have a fair bit of money left over from the first phase. A lot of that reporting money we've just kind of been sitting on, holding off on, knowing this phase 2 was likely coming. So some of that money will be brought forward to support this program, phase 2 as well. And then at the end, we'll prepare those reports and the sampling and analysis report that goes to the dredge material management team. And just an idea of what we've asked for on our state lands permit for at San Onofre, for example. The gray area with the red and black dots, that's the area we had to explore the last time around. So we're asking for a much bigger dance floor, because what we realized was as we started chasing this stuff, you need to be able to go where you think it is, and that was one of the limiting factors the first time around. Questions?
Go ahead. I know our original sand dredging was off of Oceanside. I know that didn't go well. Could you explain a little bit why that didn't go well, and is there any chance of looking at Oceanside again, or is that just completely off the table?
No, it's not off the table. It was one of the sites that we included here, but not exactly where the core went. The core had a lot of vibrocores to define that site, and they felt like they had a good site with the type of material that would be compatible for San Clemente beaches. And as you know, as they started to dredge it, they found more cobbles and things of that nature than they were anticipating, and that's partly because it's off of that Santa Margarita River, right? So you could certainly move around to some different areas in there and explore some more. At the time we executed phase 1, there wasn't an appetite to do that. We wanted to find some different sources. But then fortunately they were able to get that sand from Surfside Sunset and finish your project.
Good, thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. For the agro site of the San Onofre, how deep is the field?
How deep is the sediment lens, or how deep of water is it in?
Is the water? You mentioned you want to go closer.
Yeah, so right now that F is closest to shore, A is offshore. That F is in about, if I recall, about 36, 37 feet of water. So I've added boxes further inshore to about 30 feet. And I'd rather know if there's sand there and then understand where the depth of closure is.
But on your proposed new map, you want to expand it, so
Yeah, that's going to take it into about 30 feet of water, which should still be outside of the depth of closure. But we can confirm that with some surveys.
we will still be allowed to take sand from there.
Yeah, I mean, we should be able to. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, I think State Parks wants to understand if it would have any impact on San Onofre beaches. We've had those discussions with them, but it's a very common practice. And some of the sand sites, I think, go into close to 30 feet of water as well, those borrow sites.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
We don't have any questions. I don't know if we have any public comments, but if we don't
That's-
have any.
Well, do we have any public
We
comment?
do have 2 public comments, yes.
So we'll hear the public comments.
John Dolegowski, followed by Mike Kay.
Hello, I'm John Dolegowski. I am currently a member of the Beaches Park and Recreation Commission. And the comments that I wanted made were prior to seeing the most recent presentation. But in general, I wanted to, strongly support moving ahead with Phase 2 of the offshore sand source assessment. It sounds like that's already in the works. And I was wondering if there's a report available that summarizes this data. Are you going to prepare a report, or are you going to hold off until you're done with Phase 2?
I was going to hold off until we were done with Phase 2, just to be more efficient with those funds.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And okay, and then also for the shoreline monitoring report, the shoreline monitoring, just want to emphasize how important it is to gather this information for the future, both to understand the current system, given that it's so dynamic, to have the data we need for the various options that are being considered to to reduce the erosion rate, and then to assess the effectiveness once it's installed. So I hope that we continue this level of monitoring continuously in the future. And I also wanted to offer the support if needed. There's a few of us on the BPR that worked previously. That would be happy to provide our time to review this data, and because last time there was a lot of discussion about the locations of the additional sites, and it appeared that some of those decisions were being made right as we spoke. So if you need some assistance, we'd be happy to offer that.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Kay?
Council, I applaud these amazing studies and reports that we've seen here. I applaud our former mayor for allocating some money and thinking outside the box and looking at offshore sand when everyone was talking about trucking sand. And it looks like there might be a potential promising site or not. Maybe $1 million, maybe more. But it doesn't look, sitting back there, like the $5 million that we need is offshore. This project, sounds like there's some extra money there, probably should keep going, double down on some of the areas that go there. But it also feels like there's a bit of mission creep and steady creep. It's not supposed to be looking at Huntington Beach or Oceanside. It's offshore San Clemente right here that we can directly pump right in. That was the stated goal, and I think we should stick to that. I didn't see any facts on numbers, on costs, and as a member of the public sitting back there, I did kind of scratch my head. Before I was a goat guy, I was working with Susie Whitlaw at length on rail transport of sand. And although I've seen amazing studies and many, many studies, we're all sand experts, I have not seen a strong economic breakdown of the costs of sand transport. I know with a background in construction that sand is transported by rail in Orange County. It's transported by rail all over the United States. Concrete batch plants, for example, in Irvine, Tustin area have rail cars of sand parked right there. It's already an infrastructure that exists. I personally have visited a rail car loading site in Cabazon, California, on my way to Palm Springs. But I was there, I took pictures, I saw it all, and it's an impressive operation. Sand can easily and cheaply be transported by rail. All of these studies, all these paradigms are great, but I wish we were looking better at the economic realities, the cheapest way to move sand. There is rail, there is trucking, and there's offshore, but the rail side of it, in my opinion, needs to be looked at next, because that really, in my opinion, is the cheapest, quickest, easiest, normalest way to do that we already do here in Orange County. And I'm frustrated that we aren't putting attention into that. I'd like to see this finished up. Hopefully we do find some offshore, but I'd really like council to direct Leslie and others to take a closer look at rail. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if there's no further discussion, I'd like to move that we adopt resolution 2648.
Second.
Okay, did anybody want to make a comment?
Not really, I support it. I think if this is our best chance, and if we cannot find good sand at Agra, we may want to move on to Santa Ana, but that's the next step.
Okay,
I support
a
it.
motion by Councilmember Cabral, second by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Good evening again.
I'm sorry, I was just going to call the item.
sorry.
Next item on the agenda is contract award. It's item 10C, contract award for the Shoreline Monitoring Program, authorizing an exemption to the formal solicitation process and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. My apologies for jumping ahead there. The Shoreline Monitoring Program item before you is essentially a renewal of the program that is just concluded at the end of December 2025 and funded by a Coastal Commission grant. So what we're asking for tonight is consideration to renew the program for 3 additional years and collect the data that was shown earlier tonight at the Transects. The goal of this program is to build a database of shoreline changes in the region, and you've heard a lot about this already tonight, so I'll be as brief as possible. This data is important. It's the foundation of all of the projects and plans that we work on because it helps us understand how the sand is moving and where to build our projects. This map shows the brand-new OCTA transects that have been added to the city program. The city transects are in white, the OCTA transects are in red. Just for reference, they added 7 new sites in San Clemente. And it's the staff recommendation that Laura has already read for you, so I will not repeat that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, Victor, go ahead.
I think we've all been fully briefed on this over the years, and absent public comments, I would move.
Do we have any public comments?
We do not have public comment.
Have a comment.
I think I asked a question in a previous item, so I wonder if we can just remove one of those North Beach transect to save a little bit of cost here, if it's doable or if it doesn't hurt anything.
That is certainly something that we can explore, if that's your pleasure. I think there's some continuity that we are trying to maintain with the program. And at North Beach specifically, when we placed sand as part of Scoop there, we had to monitor in 2 locations. So it's possible that that would be a future monitoring requirement. But could we lean up the program to remove a transect that has some redundancy? Yes, I think we could probably do that. I'm not sure what the cost savings would be.
Honestly, cost-wise, it's not gonna make a big difference because it's a day in the field. It's a day in the field, right? And one less transects is not, it'll make some difference, but not much.
Okay, maybe we just have the staff to look into the for future phases
Certainly.
to see if we can optimize it.
And maybe whatever they find out this next time is going to make the decision easier of where we look also during this next phase.
I'd like to move, adopt resolution 2649.
A second.
That, I do have one question before we vote, if I could.
Yes.
Very quick. Part of the cost of the Army Corps of Engineers project was the Manson Company and their dredger being in the East Coast and then moving other jobs before they came back after the cobble. Has anyone, Leslie, to your knowledge, identified any other dredgers that can operate besides the Manson Company that had a monopoly on this kind of operation?
Yes, there are, I believe, 3 or 4 other dredging companies in the United States that could bid on the Army Corps projects. So most of the dredging work is on the East Coast or even on the Great Lakes. So most of the vessels are based on the East Coast and have to come through the Panama Canal at, great fixed cost.
There are other companies that could bid.
There are most definitely other companies,
Very good to hear.
yes.
One last question. I heard from one of the directors on the Orange County Water District that the Parado Dam was identified an additional site in addition to the 100,000 cubic yards per year that they have available. They have another location that they say has that much or more sand. Have you talked to them at all? Are you familiar with that new site?
Yes, we're working with the Water District folks, the Orange County folks, to identify sand sources, and that is one of the ones we're targeting for scoop placement or possibly delivery by rail.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
I want to quickly address the Mayor Pro Tem's question based on what I know. Not only on the East Coast, there are a few dredging companies on the West Coast. San Diego has one, Seattle has another one. Maybe a few years ago, they were not available to bid. And also, a number of dredging companies are putting into new dredgers into service in the next few years. So there will be more capacity. Hopefully, we don't have to go sole source again.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Cabral, second by Councilmember Wu. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda, item 10D, is grant applications for coastal projects.
Good evening. This is the final coastal item before you tonight. This is concerning the submittal of 2 grant applications. Just waiting for my PowerPoint to pop up. The first grant application is for fiscal year 27-28. It's a grant application for the nature-based project, which would be phase 2 of a 3-year effort that just wrapped up last year. First phase was also funded by a grant that was fully funded by the Coastal Commission. And our desire here is to build on the momentum that we created in that 3-year study process, to do the additional design and engineering work to optimize the location, the size, with the goal to minimize the cost. And the main point of this sand retention project is a companion strategy to sand placement. And the idea is that by adding structures, whether shore parallel or shore perpendicular, it helps to slow down the sediment movement. So it blocks the wave energy and keeps the sand in place longer. According to a SANDAG study done in 2001 called the SANDAG Sand Retention Study, when you add structures such as we have in San Diego County, elsewhere in Orange County, and Los Angeles County, they increase the effectiveness of sand placement by 50%. So there's a lot of incentive to look at structures to see if it's a viable alternative for San Clemente. As part of this, we would propose to create an advisory panel made up of agency folks, community members, tribal representatives, and local scientists. We would propose to establish baseline data. We'd conduct a nearshore habitat inventory, collect baseline surf data, and really understand the placement location. And again, the goal is to optimize the footprint of the project so you get the most bang for the buck. So if some of you are tracking what's happening in Oceanside with their Re-Beach program, they're in this phase right now. So we're about a year behind Oceanside in terms of where they are with their sand retention project. They're doing physical modeling in wave tanks to see how these structures perform. So we are asking for consideration that the project advance to the next phase by submitting a grant application to Boating and Waterways. The other application is for the pre-construction engineering design phase for Stage 2 of the Army Corps program. The previous phases have been mostly federally funded and state funded with city contributions as well. And with this grant and the previous one I spoke about, the funding would be available in the fall of 2027. If we're successful, we would find out in probably July 1, 2027, if the funding is approved, if our grant is accepted. So there are multiple agencies that do provide grant funding. Of course, the city has received quite a few Coastal Commission grant funds. Those are great because they don't have a cost share match. There's also other agencies that don't have a cost share match, like State Coastal Conservancy and OPC. DBW does have a cost share match, however, and they have 2 programs, and both of those programs are available to the city for these projects.
Before you go on, what's the
Yes.
what's the match percentage on those that you're looking at?
Yes. So let me go back. So the 2 programs are shown here. The Public Beach Restoration Program funds sand projects, and that's what the city has received funding for previously for the Army Corps project. It's an 85% state and 15% local cost match. Their second program is the Shoreline Erosion Control Program, which has a 50-50 cost share.
All right, thank you.
So this item is before you because the majority of the projects that we have talked about tonight have all been grant funded. City has a very solid track record of obtaining these grants. And however, I should say that given the state's economic outlook, these grants are not a guaranteed thing by any means. And also there's increasing competition from other cities throughout California who are also applying for these grants, looking to see what San Clemente has accomplished, looking to see what other cities who are building projects have accomplished. So you have some options before you in consideration of this grant. One is if we are successful and the grant is awarded, but the city does not have the cost share match, you could say no thank you. We're going to have to pass on this grant. We don't have the funding. Another option might be to reduce the scope of the project to match available funds. Another option is, and this is my personal perspective as the coastal administrator, there's no downside to submitting the grant applications. And I thank you in advance for your consideration. With that, staff recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2649, approving submittal of an application to Boating and Waterways for the second phase of the nature-based adaptation project, and adopt Resolution 2650, approving the submittal of an application to DBW for Stage 2 PED of the Army Corps project. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I have a question of staff. I just want to make sure I understood what you're saying. We would move forward under both these resolutions. You would file the applications. There's no financial commitment at this time unless we get approved, and then we could negotiate our contribution, not necessarily our contribution, but the scope of the project that would thereafter identify what our contribution would be.
That's correct.
All right.
These funds are for fiscal year 27, 28. So we have, 18 months before we would really know whether or not we've been approved.
With those two, with that understanding,
I have a question.
okay,
Quick question. Is there any possibility of obtaining a grant for our 15% share for one and 50% share for the other? Is there grants to cover our local cost?
Possibly. I would have to get back to you on that. I'm not
But you're watching out for that, right?
I'm certainly watching out for that. And also grants that don't have a match.
One other real quick question. Why does the tribal organizations need to be involved in this community which group that
Yes.
you mentioned?
So the state agencies have really a mandate to involve the local tribal communities in coastal projects as part of their outreach efforts. So that would happen in the next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
Yes, just, you mentioned the scope can change. So are we, is this grant application looking for the biggest project and then we can level down from there? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand that one of the projects being proposed, it's a very large project. But just to make clear, we as a city ultimately could say that project is too big even after we have access to this grant and
Yes.
then propose a smaller project that
Yes.
might be more feasible for our funds.
Absolutely. Example, if there were 5 tasks, we could remove a task and defer that to a future phase, something like that.
Is there any worry that we might be denied this grant opportunity because we are asking for something so big instead of something in a mid-scale range?
No, not for this particular grant agency. They've issued $10 and $15 million grant awards in the past, so our ask is not unreasonable.
It's just design.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes, this is the design phase
okay.
and environmental.
Okay.
City manager, you wanted to weigh in on something?
Yeah, again, I'm not, this isn't an opposing view, it's a different one. This is for design of that project. So I guess the only concern I would have is that we're applying for a grant to design a specific project, not to build it, but to design it. So we have to back off and decide to do a completely different project and design something different than what we're
So
suggesting.
is that part, something that we can do with this grant is in the grant proposal, ask for a specific design, but then when we get the grant, actually do a different design?
Yes, because right now, when we completed last year's study, we're only at about a 10 to 15% design. So it's a really preliminary design concept. So in the next phase, we would go to 35% and then 65%. And as part of that iterative process to get to 65%, you would look at different scenarios, different configurations, sizes, orientations, footprints, berm height, crest elevation, all of that. You could also, because we're proposing to do environmental in the next phase, as part of that, you have to do an alternatives analysis. So we would build on the alternatives analysis that was already started, but it's possible, and if you look at Oceanside as a contemporary example, they have changed their project significantly from concept to where they are now. And that could certainly happen.
When you say significantly, like, the concept that's being proposed is a offshore, for lack of a better visual, dog bone type structure
Yes.
out there. When you say a different concept, could this then, say hypothetically, we switch completely from that and go to a living shores concept instead that has nothing to do with an offshore placement?
Yes, and I'm really glad you brought that up because the long-term vision of the nature-based adaptation project is sand dunes and living shorelines. Once the beach is at least 100 feet wide consistently, even in wintertime. So in order to have an effective sand dune and living shoreline project, the standard is you have to have a beach in front of that because you can't have the waves just hitting the back of the beach and wiping out your sand dune and living shorelines every year. So if you look at like Cardiff and where they're proposing these in other locations, those concepts are dependent on a beach in front of it. So this is kind of our medium-term solution is having a structure that retains sand and widens the beach, and then over time, you can install dunes and living shorelines.
Okay, but this does not lock us in to that dog bone structure?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Councilmember Wu?
Yes, Leslie, Oceanside Re-Beach project, what is the cost estimate of that project?
I'm not sure. I might ask Chris Webb to weigh in on that.
Any rough number?
50 million.
50 million, okay. The second question is, Leslie, how much does it take you to prepare the grant application for this offshore emergent breakwater project?
These applications take, 20 hours, thereabout. A couple of days to pull them together.
Okay. And then for city manager, do you, let's say that in the best scenario, we have a tax measure passed. Do you think that in the next 10 years, we would have enough fund to build this project?
I think there's going to only be so many resources available to the city. So even in the best case scenario, I think there's going to be some hard choices about whether or not we concentrate about putting sand on the beach or trying to keep sand on the beach. And as near as I can tell, our biggest challenge right now is getting our littoral cell filled with sand again. So again, if you're asking my opinion, our ability to start building sand retention structures would probably take a second seat to getting sand on the beach. That will probably be the biggest need and highest priority. And there will only be there's only so many cookies in the cookie jar. So that's where you're seeing me being very conservative, is even with that kind of funding, we probably still wouldn't have the funding we would need just to get the sand back in the cell. We'd have to be looking at other funding. Again, it's all conjecture at this point, but the reality is I think our priority right now is getting sand back in the cell. That seems to be the biggest
If
issue.
the city were to be awarded with this grant application, and if the city's match is 15% in a better scenario, which is $390,000, when does the city need to make that commitment?
The fall of 2027.
Okay, thank you. So the cost at this moment is just less near the time for the application?
Yes.
Okay.
I move we adopt Resolution 26-49 and 26-50.
What ones, we have public comment.
Oh, I apologize. I forgot about that.
Amanda Quintanilla.
I'm glad you asked questions. I think that's really important. The nature-based adaptation projects with an emergent breakwater at North Beach is a complete mistake. It's a massive emergent breakwater. And during the studies, Chris Moffat and Nichols presented an example using the Australian reef, Palm Reach, down in Australia, which is submerged. And they used it for this as emergent breakwater, two different totally type of things. One increases wave, the other one does not. The other one, as Chris Webb said, basically it stops wave action. So there's no waves behind that reef. So and talking to him earlier about the cost, he said 90 million, and that's $90 million for a breakwater. And then he said, oh, wait, I thought it was 120 million. And this is not just putting it in, because the Coastal Commission would actually have to have the cost of removing it. So there's additional costs. And $90 million of projects is more than the city's budget, the entire budget of the whole year. And you're making decisions thinking, okay, well, let's push this project through to the design phase. And this is a horrific decision to make. And even though Ms. Meyerhoff said, well, this is, we're not set for these designs, but you are basically, pushing this project through. This $90 million project or $120 million project, to keep on pushing it through. And I completely agree, and I thank Andy Hall for mentioning that our priority should be right now on sand nourishment. As Dr. Brett Sanders said at the January meeting, that we should be doing sand replenishment at Doheny, because when the Doheny Dana Point Harbor came through, it's with 1.5 million cubic yards of sand. That supplied enough sand for 2 decades on our shores. And if someone that has lived here for as long as I have, we've had sand, but it was probably because of all the sand that they placed, the 1.5 million cubic yards of sand. And then in 2023, there was some more sand placement in Doheny, but Hurricane Hillary chopped that sand. But what I'm saying is that we need to listen to Andy Hall. Thank you.
Okay, have any discussion?
Yeah,
We'll just go in a row.
okay, go for it.
Well, I share with the city manager's concern that, we have limited resource and we have to prioritize the project. This project has a huge price tag, and the outlay of capital is, anytime soon, I don't see that the city would have the resource to engage in such a project. So at this moment, it only costs the staff time, a couple of $1,000 maybe, but it's still, as Victor said, it's still taxpayers' money. So I'm reluctant to spend money on something that I don't see a reasonable chance to get implemented. So,
Mark?
Yeah, I'm in agreement, but a slight difference. I think I would like to see a proposal for a grant that isn't as large of scope for the planning. And I wouldn't mind seeing something come back at our next council meeting that is a little bit more limited in the scope for the project itself. I don't know that I'm sold on the dog bone idea. I think there's some others that you presented that I was really excited about that I think might be a little bit more, I understand why we need sand retention. I just don't know that this is the best option available. So I would push just that we have come back in next council meeting for a proposal for a grant for different design.
Any other comments?
Yep. I think we're fishing for dollars, and the dollars are limited, and we need to be in line to get them. I think we can modify as time goes on, and so I'm in favor of going ahead with this grant. It costs us very little to get, very little to apply. The results could be big, and I think we need to be in line for those dollars because they are scarce.
Victor?
I concur with that. I think what I've heard is that there's a lead way to change this, modify it, even to Mark's satisfaction as we move. I'm not sold on the current model that's out there. So I think it has room for improvement along the way, but I do think we start asking for the money and then see if we get it and work our way through there.
So would that be, I can get along with that, with the idea that the design, assuming that we get the grant money, that we use that not to design this dog bone structure, but something else.
Yeah, I understand that. I wanted to just add a point of clarification for this agency. Resolutions are due by April 15th, and I believe the next meeting is after that. So, and this agency only has a grant window from December to April each year. So
That's good to know.
Okay, I'll start my comments with a question. So you're saying you can put in a grant to do a study, to do a dog bone, and if they give us a grant, we can just do anything else we want to?
well, we would, as part of the design process, because again, it's 15% design concept right now. You'll recall it has the surfable edges, which makes it have a larger footprint. as part of the alternatives analysis, we need to consider other options, which could be a non-emergent reef. It could be a longer, skinnier reef. It could be in deeper water. It could be in shallower water. It could be oriented slightly differently depending on the wave energy. So there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. It's probably 5 years worth of work that needs to be done before you're really ready to move to the next phase.
Could be groins.
It could be groins. It certainly could be groins. We considered that in the first feasibility study. So there's pros and cons of groins. They work great. In the
Be modified.
yes, so they can be short. We have mini headlands, which are like mini groins. That's one of the alternatives that is on the table.
Okay. So now my comments are, and I appreciate the work you've done, and I'm kind of agnostic about whether it'll work or not. I'd love to see it and see if it worked. But one of the comments was made earlier, these proposals, these projects are to retain a beach that's already there. And we're talking doing this at North Beach where we have no beach. I don't see spending any money on doing the proposal 2649. We're looking at to design something, spend a bunch of $390,000 to $1.5 million to design something that's going to cost $100 million.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, please, go.
I wanted to just clarify that when you build a structure like this, you add sand to the beach at the same time. And so the volume of sand for this concept is about 300,000 cubic yards. And that's part of the cost of the overall project cost. It's not just the placement of the rocks, it's the sand as well.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. So it doesn't really change my thought on this. I mean, we're looking at, gee, if this initiative passes, which is kind of predicated on everything that we do, I see the first 4 or 5 years of just doing nothing but finding any sand we can possibly sand and dumping it on the beach. Now, maybe after that, we could start looking at some other projects. But I just don't think, like I said, I think even the 20 hours to write that grant is money we're not ever gonna recover. The cheapest projects you're talking about, again, are $20 million. That's the cheapest ones we're talking about. So I appreciate all the comments. That's my feeling. I'd ask that we bifurcate these two and vote on them separately, if that's acceptable to everyone.
Sure.
Okay, so with that, somebody want to make a motion on
Motion to-
2649?
There's a little confusion on the page. Let me make sure, the 2650 is about Army Corps Engineer project,
That's right.
because on the council option, it's reversed.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
2650 is about Army Corps Engineer project. That's a no-brainer.
Do you want to make that
I make a
motion?
motion that we adopt this resolution.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wu, second by Councilmember Enmeyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Now we have the 2649. Does somebody want to make a motion on that?
I'll make a motion. I think in this case, we're really dialing for dollars. I think 2 years from now, if we're in a situation where we could move forward and we don't have any money, we don't have anything in the bank or anything potentially coming, I think this could be that solution, that remedy, that availability. So I'm willing to chase the dollars to make sure when the time comes, we've got some money. So I'll make a motion
I'll
for
second.
approve
Yeah,
2649.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second by Councilmember Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No? Okay, it passes 3-2 with Councilmember Wu and Leffler, no.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is consideration of a resolution to approve the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
Are there any public comments on this?
There are not.
Presentation?
Are there questions of staff without a presentation?
I've gone over it.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2651.
We have a motion by Councilmember Enmeyer,
Second.
second by Councilmember Cabral. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, passes 5-0.
Next
Can
item.
we get a
on-
report on it?
Anyway, just for fun.
Too late.
Mayor, I have to say, I'm rarely disappointed in staff. I'm really disappointed, but I'm really disappointed in our director, Tamian, tonight. He came to work today in a Scottish kilt for
Well,
St.
where's that-
Patrick's Day.
where's
and
that
he took it
kilt?
off. What?
His wife is not wearing it, so.
Did he have the socks on and the whole thing?
You should have seen it.
Well, I should have seen it. I'd pay to see that.
The socks. The socks on.
We got the socks.
Oh, my God, those are awesome.
I'm impressed.
Okay. Oh, that bag made out of goat sack or something? That's awesome. Okay.
That's what my wife calls my stomach, a bag made of goat sack. Sorry. All right.
You ready?
Yes.
Item 10F, discussion concern, I'll save you. Discussion concerning content of council member reports and placement on the agenda.
Great, thank you. If you're okay, I'll take it from here. Yeah, I just brought this up because lately I'm just a little bit concerned with the content and the length of some of our discussions. I've heard things being talked about that really are not pertinent to our city. A lot of extracurricular activities, things that have to do everything from Supreme Court decisions to movies that we've seen, and then also things that have gone on for a length of time. And I think today's council member reports were wonderful and an example of what they should be, short, to the point, really focused on our city activities. And I would love to see that continue in the future. At the same time, I also know that a lot of our citizens aren't coming here to hear us speak. They're coming here to talk about the agenda items that are pertinent to them. So I would propose, and I want to hear if there's any discussion or agreement on this, that we move our council reports back to where they were a few years ago, toward the end of the agenda. And that way it gives more time for the people out there who want to speak to the items on the agenda, that we get to them first and make them a priority.
Another,
Mark, I will make a friendly amendment, perhaps. If a council member has something that really needs to be shared with the community, for example, some short presentation, you brought up issues like a dog is looking for adoption.
I'm guilty of this too, yes.
Maybe you can make a special election as a separate item, limited to a minute or two.
And, you know, like you had something about the sheriffs, and I think that's, and the sheriffs need a time to, or the lifeguards, and they have something important to share. Like, I think that is important that the community hear those things.
And we make a request to mayor beforehand to accommodate that.
yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to, see, we talked about this with staff a little bit. So do we need to do this under special presentations? And the thing to do with, the sheriff's and lifeguard isn't really a special presentation, but I think we do need to leave some room at the beginning when people are still listening for acknowledgements. I don't know what you want to call it.
Yeah, we have special things set out in the agenda for those.
For the normal routine
For the-
staff
Yeah.
council report, I would support.
Yeah, my
to
council report
move it
doesn't
to.
even have to happen to me, because I turn it in and it's just done.
Yeah,
you
with
know,
that
so-
amendment, I would support it to move the council report to the end of the.
Oh, we have
meeting.
other comments?
Last year, when I was mayor, there was a discussion about moving the council reports to the end of the meeting, and the majority voted to keep it where it is, so I have no problem keeping it where it is. The concept of content, I object to. I think to muzzle council members in their communications is contrary to our freedoms, contrary to free speech, contrary to our representation of our community. I think when the Supreme Court makes a phenomenal decision, I think it's worth commenting on for the benefit of our citizens. I don't think we should be muzzling our council members in anything they want to communicate properly to the public. If anyone has a contrary position on the Supreme Court's decision, which happened 2 or 3 weeks ago, where they struck down the ridiculous policy of hiding from parents the transgendering of children.
Point of order, like, we're getting off
then I
topic here, and
think-
these
I
are the
think
things
if
that I'm
someone-
talking about that we
if
shouldn't really
somebody-
be getting into.
Yes.
Let's stay on the topic.
I am.
You can
You're
talk.
not.
My point is, the comment was made about content, and if someone disagrees with any content, they're free to comment. That's called free speech, and it's called representation.
Well,
Some people may not like it, and that's understandable.
That's fine, but we don't have to
it's still
bring
free
it up at the
speech.
beginning here.
Stop. Back on point here. I don't think anybody's talking about the content. I think the comment was maybe move them to the back, and you can say anything you want. By then, most of the residents have been gone anyway, and that's going to save the residents another 10 minutes of time. I don't think it's about content. I think it's about management of the meeting.
The initial comment that Mark made, he specifically mentioned content.
Mark probably used the wrong example. I think he used the wrong example.
Yeah,
My understanding is about the process.
So the other alternative, and this could be an alternative, is we allow the public to speak for 3 minutes. And if you want to be, have the, you never speak more than 3 minutes, Steve. So
I try not to.
I don't think you would be affected negatively by it. I think tonight was, one of the few times where, it's gone pretty smoothly. I do think sometimes they do go over when we have busy meetings, and sometimes we're spending 15 to, and more minutes on our comments when
Has it gone that long?
Yes.
it has gone that long at times. Yeah, so I think the idea of trying to manage this better isn't bad.
Time limit?
Yeah, I have no problem with
I
that.
don't either.
My only other comment is, in terms of actual law, we have been loose on the issue. And in terms of Brown Act, we really should be focusing on actual city things.
You may, and
So-
can I ask City Attorney real quick? I might be making your point for you. So our council member comments, aren't they supposed to be about disclosures, basically? Isn't that what they're kind of generally?
Committee reports.
Yeah, committee reports that you actually go to assigned committees, or that you've taken a stipend for, or something along that line?
There's a few boxes that they check. One is the statutory requirement under the government code that at the next regular council meeting, council members report on any meetings that they attended in which they received a reimbursement or a per diem. Then there are other, subcommittee reports, those sorts of things that are for the benefit of the body. And then there's the portion of it that sort of takes the place of public comment. So it's awkward to have a member of the council leave the dais and come up and speak at public comment. And so the idea of having that, all three of those things in one is kind of what this council has been doing.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Rick? My comments. I don't think there's any need to change what we're doing right now. I mean, this is when we would be making our reports on our committees. I think it's too late in the process. I think there's nobody here. Nobody can hear what you've been doing, working. You can't give a report to the public. So I like it the way it is. And I think if people are concerned about content, then, there's really nothing we can do about that. It's each of us can make the kind of comments that they want. So I'm completely satisfied with the process as it exists right now. And I would say, one of the things that would happen is you couldn't give those, today, for example, you can give your report on the sheriff. You couldn't give a report you'd have to put it right now, and you'd have to keep those people here till the end of the meeting so that you could call them up and do your report.
no, I could just make a special presentation.
Well, then we all can, too. We all can.
I just make a motion that we move the council report to the end of the meeting.
And I'll second it, and with your friendly amendment that we can do this, if we have something special to present, we can.
We request the mayor to
we can
accommodate
request the
it.
mayor beforehand.
I'm trying to split the baby here. If we all agreed to limit it to 3 minutes and saw how it went, with the caveat, if you can't get it all done in 3 minutes, we could say 2 minutes for that matter. If you can't get it done in that amount of time, then you can do it at the end of the meeting.
I'll make a substitute motion that we keep the presentation, the council reports at the beginning of the meeting, and we limit the time to 3 minutes.
I'll second that.
Can I make just a quick comment on it?
Sure.
That was the proposal about a year ago, that we would all keep it to about 2 minutes, and we didn't follow it. That's why I'm proposing that we bring it, put it back at the end.
I don't think we had a time limit ever considered.
Well, we talked about it.
Talked about it,
but we-
nothing in-
I think this time, let's.
I move
let's
the
give this- let's give this a-
question.
Let's give this a try. That's my opinion. Okay, you've said to move it to the end, second by.
We have a
We have
substitute,
a
though.
substitute motion.
Oh, substitute motion first, to
Keep it-
limit to 3
Keep it at
minutes.
the beginning, limit to 3 minutes.
And if you can't get all your comments made in that 3 minutes, then you can do it at the end of the meeting.
At the end of the meeting, or, yeah.
Okay.
Is Laura going to put a clock on it?
Yeah, are we just?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
got a clock.
We'll put electrodes in the seats
Who presses the button, Andy?
If it passes and it doesn't work, then we'll parry again.
Call for the question.
Okay, substitute motion. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second by Councilmember Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll abstain.
Abstention?
I'm at aye.
Aye, okay, 4-1 with Mark abstaining. And but we're all in agreement now. We're gonna make this work, right?
3 minutes.
Okay.
Political speech.
We'll bring an alarm clock here.
And by the way, if I take 1 minute, you don't get my other 2 minutes. This isn't a 15-minute thing. It's 3 per.
You can yield your
Not
time.
yielding minutes,
You
yeah.
have to buy it from.
Okay.
All right, next item on the agenda is consent calendar. I have one public comment on item 11D, as in David.
11D. That's regulations with regard, okay.
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, second by Councilmember Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Okay, and hear the public speaker on 11D.
Yes, that is Amanda Quintanilla. And this is to adopt ordinance number 1802, the second reading, adopting the city seal and city logo and establishing regulations with regard to their usage.
Great, thank you. I have a presentation, and I just want to clarify and reiterate, I'm just speaking as a member of the public when I'm here at all times.
As opposed to what?
Actually,
I will let you know.
Mr. Mayor, she spent more time than us on her report.
Should we limit the overall?
Can we limit?
Nope. That stayed exactly the way
When
it
I had a floor, I was cut off.
is. Do we need to go back there? Can we, let's just move forward.
Oh, no, exactly. Can.
Oh, by the way,
we
you're already
start-
2.5 minutes off.
I know. Can we restart?
Let's reset the clock.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
We got the filibuster
Okay,
going.
next
Okay.
slide, please. Yes, exactly. So I just wanted to kind of recap, because this is something really important that came up. There was concerns with, city logos being used on Facebook and about, getting hired. It's not a position. Next slide, please. That was back in August as well, false narrative that it was generated by the company. It wasn't, because there was other commissions and committee members that did put experience, but they did not have the city emblem there. Next slide, please. And so, again, it was not generated by the company because other commissioners and committee members do not utilize the seal logo, city logo, or city seal. So next slide, please. So these were handed out as ceremonial event bags provided at the event. I think, next slide, please. Okay. And one of the concerns is that regarding the bags, and I asked our city clerk today a question, and that, this was a ceremonial event and that bags were provided. And I think the consensus was that, my understanding was that, it was the mayor and the mayor could do that. And this is not in relation to Mayor Cabral, but it reminded me of a certain mayor that kept on using mayor and doing things using the, city letterhead and everything like that. And so there was a concern where if that was in the policy. And that's what I'm just wondering if some other mayor decides to put bags together or whatever, for whatever purpose, is there a policy that it would come before the city council? Or, because I know we're coming into our first mayor run, and other people can do that as well, so I'm just kind of wondering. Also, there was in the San Clemente Times, a picture of the Citizens Initiative when they turned in their petitions and signed petitions. And one of the concerns that was raised from someone that mentioned to me that the city logo was there. And so, just, is there anything in the city policy in the use of city facilities that would prohibit this from happening? So that's what my concern is. Next slide, please. And so the city policy, political campaigning and related activities are ... therefore prohibited at city facilities. So that's why I was just wondering if there's anything in this, and this new city policy should
Thank
be
you,
in the
Amanda.
city handbook. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1802.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Emmeyer, second by Councilmember Cabral. In favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Oral communications.
I just want to mention, I didn't create those bags, the city did, but I am going to get one for Amanda, because I think she really wants one.
Well, I've got 4 of them.
Oh, okay. Why don't we get her one?
Oral communications too.
Oral communications, part 2, George Gregory, I don't see him here. No speakers. Okay. Future agenda items.
Anybody have any future agenda items?
Just a question. We had talked about parking in general, and there's Mr. Hall, is there there's a plan coming back of a parking study, correct?
In a while.
Yes, I checked today, and it's my understanding the parking, I turned it on and then off, sorry about that. Is my understanding that you will have the updated parking study in June.
Okay, and then is there a plan
Ish.
from the city that after analyzing this, that there will be a strategy that goes along with this?
I think we heard loud and clear that the city council wants to see more than another study that's going to wind up on the shelf collecting dust. You want to see some action points of maybe where we're headed with our parking in downtown, and take some proactive steps and get moving. Not just another study, actually come forward with some action steps.
Great. Do you need council direction on that? You're
No,
good?
I think it's
Okay.
loud and clear
All right.
from everyone.
Well, I'd like to agendize it and not wait until June and go through the summer while we're figuring things out. I think there's a couple of things I'd like to address. First of all, residents and business owners suggested that maybe 2 hours, now that we're going to enforce, might not be quite enough to have dinner and cruise along Del Mar as the nights are longer. So I'd like to take a look at maybe making it 3-hour parking, 3-hour parking. I'd also like to take a look at the community center, and instead of being free for everybody all day or all night, of maybe making that parking lot a 3-hour parking lot also. To start, I mean, we kick this stuff down the road.
Second lot, that's all day too.
Okay, we'll look at all of our lots that are all day with no time limits to see if we could, maybe putting a time limit on those. I mean, we have an opportunity here to take a look and maybe do something really good to change our parking situation immediately instead of waiting for months and months and months. So if I could get a second on that.
I'll second that.
And we probably do need a staff report on it, third by Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. So, thank you.
And then this is not in lieu of a
No.
longer-term strategy.
Oh, no, there
just
might be some better, some great strategies to come through, but this is one that I think we kind of can identify ourselves without looking much at anything else.
I don't want to, this may take longer than 2 weeks to to put together. I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't think there's that much staff work to do on this. I mean, it's making the parking lot 3 hours and raising 3 hours on Del Mar. What, I
Well,
don't,
Mayor, we don't have a meeting in 2 weeks.
and I'm sorry, in April 21st. So we actually have like 5 weeks.
Okay.
So I think,
That's fine, yeah.
okay. So any other agenda items?
The only, not an agenda item, but there was a gentleman earlier asking about a business license and his troubles getting that. I don't think we need a staff report on this or anything, but just, can you follow up with me personally on that and what's going on?
I can. There's as you would imagine, there's a lot more to that
Yes.
situation than
Yeah.
than I would
Yeah.
disclose in public.
Yeah. I don't want to, having it just on your own, that'd be great.
And when he brought up the fact I said I'd circle back with him, I tried to circle back with him. Sometimes it's just hard to find.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I don't have his number. So anyway. All right.
Another item?
City Attorney.
No, I
Oh, you have an, oh, I'm sorry, Steve.
I'd like to ask that sometime in the future, I'm not sure when, but the Arts and Culture Committee I'd like to charge them with identifying a location for some significant artwork in San Clemente. We've got our 100-year anniversary, we've got the Olympics coming. I'd like to see some major artwork in our city that reflects our, the historical significance of our town, something that's significant. I'm talking to the Amundsen Foundation about a couple of things, including the surf statue, and Howard Amundsen's big on municipal artwork that lasts for the ages. And we don't really have anything like that. We've got some murals in town that are really nice, but I'd like them to identify a location for some major artwork, maybe a couple of options that we can have our local artists, either Paul Gavin or Rick Delante, sort of significant artists locally to do some really iconic San Clemente pieces for our town.
We don't even need to agendize it, can't we just
Well, I'd like
direct
to
them?
charge them, I don't know how we would charge them. I guess the council I'd like the council to ask them to begin looking into this. I'm not quite sure if we need a council direction or,
Yeah, what we would do is we would bring forward to you an amendment to their work plan. Remember how you have a work
Okay.
plan for each committee? We'll bring an amendment to that work plan.
okay, I'd like to see that. I think
Oh,
that, I
I'm
think
all
they'd
in
love to
favor.
do it, and
I think we're all in favor of that.
Yep.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Reports, City Attorney.
I have nothing to report except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente and happy St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day?
She's still happy, that's amazing.
A leprechaun exploded on you.
Big kids are going to give us a lap dance. No one noticed.
Okay, we're at adjournment. Does anybody want to?
City Manager, do you have?
City, I'm sorry.
Well, the
Have you-
only
have
thing
you
I
got
would-
some contracts
The only
to
thing I have
report?
to add is I'd like to congratulate Councilmember Cabral on his recent Masters victory and wish him well in next year's tournament.
With that, adjournment. Does anybody want to?
I'll move to adjourn.
To win?
To when and where?
The next meeting date, which is set for, Madam Clerk.
21st?
The next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on April 21st, 2026. Closed session will begin at 4:30, and the regular business meeting will begin at 5:30. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. Please note that the regular city council meeting of April 7th, 2026 was previously canceled.
All in favor? Aye. Pass 5-0.